Hello, and welcome to the drawing time. Whoop. Soon you will see the world. Soon I will pop out the Roll20 chat box. The party stands over their recently felled foes before them. And reflects upon their current path and options as I show you what the fuck I'm actually talking about. Boom. So, for those of you who missed out last time, the party is going to deliver an idol to a village in the hopes that they will send reinforcements for their assault on the pits of Tartaros. The party is grouped here, overseen of two Ushinari having been recently robbed. They decided to escalate and kill the people who seemed to be looting the bodies. Based on the survivors, they weren't the people who did it themselves, although one of them did finish off one of the victims. There are 3 people alive. 2 of them unconscious, 1 of them conscious. 2 of the people you attacked are dead, and the party is, broadly speaking, prepared to do battle, or rather, done with doing battle for the moment. You push on to the night, so you're all out of spikes and juice, but you are at the verge of arriving at your destination. The only question that remains, really, is what is to be done about the survivors before you move on.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can feed all of them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna be our problem. I think really it's the question is whether we're gonna release them or kill them.
Yeah.
That does seem to become the irrelevant point.
We did kill a lot of them. I don't love the idea of them like coming back to bite us. But I also don't know when they'd be in a position to do that after we killed all of them.
Yeah, and based on what you've heard, they've already been pushed out of a choice spot by better, stronger bandits.
Yeah, so probably they're just gonna die either way. It's just a matter of whether or not we kill them.
Bolade looks like he could use some blood.
That is true.
Yeah, Bolade got pretty beat up.
And I see blood bags.
Falami isn't gonna stop you if you want to do that. Is probably what I'll say. He's not gonna suggest it, but he's not gonna stop you.
There's like a surrendered. So there's like 1 conscious surrendered person and 2 unconscious people. One of them is too bled out to offer any blood. The other has 1 blood to take. So if you do initiate this, there would be the question of like, there is an obvious significance in how you begin this process. In case anyone, you are either taking it from somebody who is awake to react if you get a 1, or doing it in front of someone who is awake to react if they see it being done.
Yes.
So the order of operations kind of matters here.
I don't know if the others would be upset if I did this. That's the real thing. Hmm. But we half like want to get rid of them anyway, right?
I mean, we're not gonna feed them,
Yeah.
but we also don't have to kill them. Like, we could just let them leave.
We don't have to kill them. I don't know. Belade. Has Belade eaten some stuff? I think he has, right? So I guess he could heal naturally over time. But
Yeah, we're decent on rations right now. Though
yeah.
to be fair, I don't know who was keeping the rations on their inventory, and it wasn't me.
That's fine. I'm gonna take what's in chat and put it in that thing, and that's what it's gonna be.
Okay.
Ah,
But there's a new document that you guys have.
Yeah. I'm on it.
new document is very good. I don't remember how far up the thing is in
Um,
chat.
it should be like
I
the
think
last.
we're good on rations, so honestly, I sort of think we let these people go.
All right. Yeah.
Like, especially considering I was kind of the one who got us into killing them.
Well, if you
I
don't want
feel a
your
little
mess
bad.
cleaned up,
I
then
feel a little bad that they didn't actually do the murdering. Not bad enough to not loot their expensive items or anything, but
Yeah, so you wanna get like the cotton sash and the copper and shit.
yes, I've already taken the cotton sash, and I would love to take any copper.
There's a copper axe, and there is
does she have a copper spear?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if there's one
But
copper axe,
there is a suit of Spenolin here. If anybody's a padded armor enthusiast.
I've upgraded my to the. I'm now
I'm
wearing the lamellar.
I'm not
So
wearing armor at all, so
I feel like we should give Bolade some armor. I'm gonna be real.
doesn't he have armor? Let me see.
He
I don't
has
think
hide
so.
garment. I sometimes forget, but it's not that good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
not
think we
the
should give him
best.
some Spinolin. Or give it to Bula. I don't know how often you're in melee with people.
Not often, but like my health is my ability to heal others,
Yeah.
so that limits me. Um, I need to go back up, find that PDF.
You consider the world around you as you sort through the dying, the dead, and manage to press on in this very night. Reach thy destination. Fainthorn. You arrive in town from the south after sunset. It is a simple hilltop village. It is a mix of clay brick and straw hut housings. One house is a bit taller than the others, with clearly desert-inspired extra holes and wind for like passage for wind, and a bit of a courtyard out front. But otherwise, there are furtive olive groves and rows of crops spread and hacked into the rolling steppe somewhat haphazardly.
Mm.
How do you approach?
Mm.
Would you just say like, by stealth, or like I'm assuming you want to. You're here to deliver an idol, so people want you here.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm fine with approaching.
All right. Well, you arrive,
Like,
and some people
normally.
file out of this house when they see strangers arriving in the night. They demand you identify yourselves and name what your purpose here is in Fainthorn. They seem bleary-eyed, confused in their hempen, raggedy-looking tunic.
Fulami will say, "Greetings! We come from the south to deliver an idol for your people."
They are quite surprised, and they say, "Do we expect this idol? Where from do you hail?" And they kinda-
Well, we are Ushanar, but we are delivering the idol for the people of what was the name of that settlement again?
Oluluko.
Ololuko.
And they're all quite shocked, and they say, "Our friends from the swamp have not forgotten us. It is good. Come, lay your head by our hut, and at first dawn we will lay down the idol in the town center." And there is a general motion, and assuming you do not object, you guys kind of get a hazy, short rest sleep and awaken very early to the cocking of the cockadoodles, the roosting of the roosters, the cawing of the chickens, if you will. And people sort of funnel out of their tightly baked up houses and see you guys entering with these outskirts farmers. And you see the well in town is built such that there are stone alcoves, and they are lined with idols carved of wood and stone, evoking different animals and objects, circles, triangles, and squares, representing the essential natures of them. And the headman emerges from the hall where he and his considerable kin group reside, and looks out over you and says, "How now? You bring the idol promised from Oluluko.
Indeed.
But you are not from the swamp. How does this come to be?"
We have pledged our aid to them in their conflict against the pits.
And they're like, "Ooh, ah." And some people are somewhat moved by the call of, this conflict. And I always point out, if we're going to go with, like, you came in with one, like, outline group. Each block of these houses roughly sustains another. There's, like, the direct household of the headman. Otherwise, putting the other farms together, there's, like, 2 more of these. So, if each of these is 10 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 90 people. You wouldn't be surprised to learn that, counting kids and the elderly, there's about 100 people in this whole town.
Yeah.
They are obviously, or they seem to have their their crops planted, although they are clearing extra land. They don't seem to be too busy at the moment, and people are a bit curious about what's going on. Oluluko were hoping you could acquire reinforcements from.
Yeah, Fulami is about to get going on that one. He steps forward and he will say, "I am a thaumaturge of Zam, and I told the people at the pits of Tartarus that I had come on a holy mission. What I did not tell them is that my holy mission was to destroy their perversion of my faith."
People are kind of like, "Oh," and they're kind of like, "Oh." And
those who assist us in the ridding of this blight upon the land and this twisting of the earth will be rewarded in the hereafter by Zom.
Yeah, and there's kind of like, "Oh," and give me a 2d10, unless you have any bonuses to this, or society.
Cool. I have bad society, but I do have rhetorician, so I get an extra d10.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's 1 success. But
Well, Bula, do you seek to add anything to this fiery speech?
Christ, I'm also
Yeah, I think
capable of
Bula's
doing
public
this.
speaker type usually.
Yeah,
I mean, you can let it ride.
I'll let it ride.
As
because-
it evolves, You know, some people seem interested in the offer, but most of them are like, that's the far side of the right of Jami, which is kind of like their whole shitty little not medieval, their whole little world, so to speak, and involves going to the desert for a few days, and it's really dangerous, and they don't know you, and they're not sure, but you speak well, and you are clearly clad as a Zalm thaumaturge, and broadly speaking, the people of the village see no reason to disbelieve you, and some few step forward, and a single 5-blood proxy, and to explain, when you are dealing at this scale with units, right, each blood, quote unquote, is one person. So 5 people step forward, largely unmarried women, and one big guy who doesn't necessarily seem to be the most clever, but he can definitely like heft a big rock.
Hey, you know, that's useful.
They have a mix of shitty copper and stone weapons, and they volunteer. Overall, it's going to wash out to a quality +0 group.
Do any of them have a, or any of them carrying a stone axe?
Yes.
I will give whoever is carrying a stone axe the copper axe that I just took.
Oh, all right. Now that changes things a little. Give me a aura mercantile, which I'm aware you also don't have any skill points in.
Yeah, I don't, but I'm not trying to use this to recruit more people. I don't have more of these to give.
Yeah, but the point is, right? They're gonna see you promised rewards, and they're like, but then they see you hand out the preemptive reward, and then they're like, oh, and some people,
real rewards.
Some people with like less than honorable and righteous intention are reconsidering the decision to sit this one out.
Yeah.
So
okay, that's another 3d10 because I'm still using aura to convince.
Yeah.
So, nope, that's 0 successes on that one.
Oh, because you're 4 aura.
I have 4 aura and -1 mercantile.
Same here.
Some of them really look tempted, and the headman says, "Well, surely when you return, you know, we would be happy to take in survivors who have nowhere else to go, and would be a place to help offload any goods you've obtained." And there's some murmuring about this, but he definitely seems to have some ambitions of expanding his town, and he's not opposed to a little injection of either cash or people to work the fields.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, a town in which people are, like, happy to take in refugees and such would be useful for the people who end up having to flee.
So if you find people there, which you will.
I know where to point.
Today is the morning of Thursday of week 2 of the campaign, I realize you weren't there for this, Clay, so you don't necessarily know this, but because of point investment, the campaign actually started on the Friday of week 0. There's a calendar, GDoc I can link. It doesn't matter that much. I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know the beginning of week 3, which is when the full moon comes, is sort of supposed to be like a reset. Not reset. It's when the attack is supposed to happen. So you have 3 days. You have 3 days to sort of get to the area of operations.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to get fucking going then.
Yeah. We don't have time to dally.
No time
Or
to dilly
dilly.
dally. Gotta get moving. Schmoving. Grooving.
All right. So, also important note. So the people who are going to come with you, the Fainthorn volunteers, bring enough food for themselves.
Okay. Good. I was gonna ask that. I was
They're
like,
not. They're not gonna. They don't necessarily trust you to feed them. Frankly, is probably part of why you only got so many volunteers. You also didn't offer, But this also
we-
means they're not eating your supplies. They bring what they have to hand, and they're going to cover themselves. Right now, we have people to feed, cresting at 6. But I'm going to say we just assume that absent PCs figure out their own shit or have their own rations to fall back on. So we have.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'm tripping. Am I tripping?
Are you tripping?
Oh, I forgot about. Wait, hold on. Okay, so Saita and Daraka take care of themselves. You need to feed Nikos, Bolade, Aboji. All, by the way, their wounds clear, and I will progress the blood on our boy Bolade. Would you have fed up Bolade heavy off of your meat?
Yes.
All right. Well, he can be at most you can gain 2. So you're down an extra 2 of those. All right. So he crams starch and protein rations. It leaves him at just under 1 blood. The also you guys are clear of heat and full of stamina. Nikos is fed. The average is 131 with 3 water because they let you fill up your shit from the water fountain in town. The well. And yeah, you guys are broadly speaking equipped to head back west and address the coming problems. So, I will say this. You guys have not yet left town when someone steps forward and they say, "Honorable Thaumaturge of Zom, you speak well, but I must say," he looks at your party, "we have heard stories that in Curlhorn there has been an attack, and that a household is stricken. And although the one who has died by the sword at the end of the raid has surely lived by the sword in the raid, and I do not mourn her, I must say it is possible our neighbors might take us going with people who look, I must say, very much like descriptions I have heard, as a sign of siding with you. I might ask for your companion's version of events before I make a hasty judgment, or before any of my neighbors hereafter would repeat the story of your coming to us."
The Falami will look to the others because he was not there for that.
Now, both of you were there for the night of the great murder raid. You remember rooting around in their house and ripping the blood out of people to save Aboji's life?
It's fine.
Yeah, what's the official version? They've expressed that they're kind of in favor of the guy who took power taking power anyway, but they kind of need to look like they're not just getting in bed with the first band of nighttime murderers who wanders up and says, "Here's an idol, time for war."
What do you mean? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But in seriousness, well, that night, the guy that's in power now, right? The one that we rescued, we were sent there to rescue him, for he was stolen by that household.
No, so
Right?
are you claiming that they kidnapped their neighbor, or you mean Grom the groom, the guy who you rescued?
Grom the groom. Unless
he's not
I'm
in power.
completely
He's
wrong.
in a different town, married to his
Sorry.
wife.
Yes, but I assume that's what they're talking about is Grom the groom. Murder rate? Or...
you're talking about the people who had him kidnapped, who you killed. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Like, I'm telling them, like, hey, we came to rescue the guy there. That's...
And they say, could you not have effected the rescue of the groom with less bloodshed? I mean, I'm not saying that you weren't, restoring a house to honor, but also, may I ask, what does the House of Yaru mean to you? I mean, he is a merchant. Did you do this for promise of some reward? Is that also why you deliver the idol to us? For hope of worldly reward? Are you mercenaries?
it was not in for reward. It was to save the merchant's son from a fate that he did not plan for him.
But what does he mean to you? Why did you care?
Why did I care?
Why did you care to risk your life and engage in battle and kill?
Simply because it seemed right.
All right.
He was taken.
Give me an.
Is this a rhetoric or?
Yeah, I would say give me an aura. Okay. If you want to like find like a fancy poetic way to put it, you could use lingue. If you want to appeal to people believing you, you use society. If you want to like use a historical reference, you could use history. I think society and history have gotten
I think
better.
society. My society is a 0 with my aura being a 4. So I'm gonna just roll for society with the 3d10.
God, we got rhetorically gifted heavy souls here tonight. Okay.
Yeah, very, very, very charismatic mages.
Yeah, you speak well. You speak so well that someone decides that you're such folk of goodwill that an L-tail steps forward from the crowd and they say, "I too will join you." And you are now up to 6 volunteers.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That addressed, you are, free to head back out into the world. You were expecting to have to make mean time, and if you eat that, okay, 11. All right, so you're at 11 full rations and 19 starch and protein combo rations, like meat biscuits, more or less, salted meat biscuit. And the pits of Tartaros are here. The town where you recently murdered people is right here. Describe, if you will, how you care to progress.
I think we're still on the city map.
Oh, I'm a silly boy.
Now I'm back. So we're like meeting like here or something, right?
You're expecting to meet at the edge of the desert to the east, but broadly speaking, if you get into like this zone, you will link up with the allies.
Okay.
Somewhere east of Tartaros.
So we need to get here, basically.
Yep, which normally speaking will take you 2 days, which you have budgeted, and take you by the Hall of Jami, where you could wave and say hi. That's where Grom the groom is happily married. You guys did a murder mystery, and you're well received, so to speak.
Yeah. I think let's just do that. 2 days across country.
Yeah. All right. You stop over in the Hall of Jami, and while you aren't feasted, you are well received by Grom and his family. He's now well established in his wife's household, and they have you in for a lovely porridge of many things, and your ration needs are covered, and you are filled up with water.
Let's go.
The next day, you head out into the steep in the edge of the desert, and no such comforts. Deduct 1 across everything unless you're going to eat a ration. I'm assuming everyone eats a ration. Putting your party full ration down from, which you guys have to 3 at this point. Your 3s across the board, but we've just gone down from 11 to 5. And the next day, you hear a reed blow on the wind, and you see a person in very sandy-looking garb of the swamp, and then you see many people as they emerge from over the dunes. They greet you, extra equipment in hand. The mercenary commander whose services they have retained comes out to greet you, and Captain Vicaire, the average hoss, says, "It's good to see you, and your reinforcements. The enemy are on alert. We have pushed back their patrols, but they are hardening. Every day we wait, more of the outlying, shall we say, salarymen could return with new shipments or to buy more salt. and to be retained for the defense force. They can't keep most of them at home for defense. That's our advantage. So, unless you have some pressing reason or way to gain advantage, we must strike at once.
I don't have any ideas.
Nothing off the top of my head either.
I think, yeah, it's probably for the best just to fucking run at them. I mean, you know, it works. It works.
All right, so late in the day, you arrive at the outskirts of the pits of Tartaros. A couple important notes. The Fainthorn volunteers have joined the force. Okay, so you can see the whole map, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have what would appear to be 5 units of Tartaros court guard. The temple functionaries did not look like they were going to give a fight, but the thaumaturges themselves, you saw at least one use metal form, which implies to you that they're probably pretty sophisticated in terms of their capacity to use thaumaturgy. You know that there are thaumaturgical abilities beyond the 3 that you're shown as a player, but you don't know that they have anything other than that, but you know that's almost certainly they know all 3. These are dunes. They are signs of elevation. You do not have a straight line to shoot a ranged weapon at someone on the far side of a dune or at the far side of one of these stone structures. This is a pit. There are 100 prisoners in there, meaning 10 units. They're very emaciated and probably only going to fight with whatever, pick or rock they have to hand, but if they were to get out, you suspect they would probably, be on your side.
Yeah.
Each of these Tartaros court guards, it's worth noting, looks pretty well equipped. It looks like overall they're going to be a quality of +1. The individual skirmishers from Oloko and their eastern cousins from Waluleko are equipped with shit-ass, like knotwood and string bows and shitty wooden arrows. But they have been purchasing, mass-produced cheap equipment. You don't know the provenance of it, but maybe you suspect that there's some alchemical bronze in there, which you know is only going to be as good as copper functionally in a fight. And you have your up-equipped group overall. Let's put it at a +2. Captain Vicaire is going to keep them in fighting formation. Now, the people of the Mangrove don't need an outsider to tell them how to fight, but they definitely don't fight in deserts. They skirmish in the woods to drive away outsiders, relying on water, tree covers, canopy, animals, and brush. Pretty much none of that shit is here. So they will probably just fall back on their instincts if Vicaire is either dead or outside of his aura range, meaning he can no longer effectively issue them commands. So, if you were to die, they wouldn't necessarily shatter their morale, but they wouldn't really do a great job.
Yeah.
So they're going to lose cohesion after that happens. The Fainthorn volunteers vaguely understand violence and get the idea that Captain Vicaire is calling the shots here. You don't really need to worry about them, other than, well, you can imagine your reputation with the town is going to go down the less of them survive. Speaking of which, I'd also just like to point out a fun fact. The Waluleko volunteers canoed over from the far side. They sailed, they're like outriggers. Sailed over from the far side of the Gulf of to be here with their western cousins and to revenge themselves upon the slight of these evil people. The more of them die, the less people there are to do the sailing part of sailing you east, the great reward you're hoping to receive. I point these facts out for no particular reason, but would invite you to ponder them.
Reason.
Yeah, good to know.
Broadly speaking, not to get too technical about it, but I mean, all right, here's what I'm gonna do, right? they deploy themselves. You're not the commanders here. They get they lie in the cut. The Waluleko volunteers mostly grouped to the north, but some of the better equipped skirmishers are up behind them with a plan to rush in. The main attack that's going to draw their focus is in the south, and Vicaire comes to you and says, if you slaughter the Zom clergy, there is nothing left to legitimate or even operate this place. These people do not fight for loyalty to a cause, and they do not exist in a land that can persist without this enterprise. I don't think that we can force our way in and achieve victory, but I think you might. And he essentially suggests that you try to get in the front door and make like Anakin on some younglings.
Oh,
That's
shit.
sort of what I was thinking too.
Okay.
He does point out that the connected building, which does have like a door through it, because you've been in there. It is a barracks, and the night shift sleeps somewhere, and people in the passing days, because like your scout report would tell you that the people outside are all they have. But first of all, someone has to be on night shift, and it's late enough in the day that they're probably not. You know what I mean? It's probably not changing to the guards yet, but everyone's probably not here. You might have extra enemies, and they might be in any of the stone structures, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not impossible someone is like hidden behind a dune, but like why would they be is also another question. Also worth noting, the southern watchtower doesn't presently have a stationed archer, but the eastern and western do. The range of weapons in this game is until line of sight obstructs you. So this person can plink an arrow into you the moment you're not behind a dune. And these lower ones are ditches, which you could be up and cover within to an obfuscating degree if you want to D-Day it. All this to say, you probably can't deploy beyond this rough DZ, this rough deployment zone, without getting detected, unless you want to chance Aboji's ability to lead you guys stealthily around to, say, like, a southern or northern cluster. So, all that being said, where do you think the survivors position themselves?
Unless we're gonna do an Eboji ability to start up here, which honestly, if we were gonna do that, like starting up here and then like running around the back, like that would kind of that would kind of go hard. But because we would have a much less time where we're in arrow range. If we were to start up here and then use this building as cover. But on the other hand, if we fail that roll and get caught out in the open, that's bad. So, but I'm willing to trust Eboji, personally.
I think that's the best way, to be honest. Yeah.
All right, for reference, it's like time is scaled up in addition to like physical scale. But for the sake of not making this shit crawl, you just get your 6 square movement, right?
Yeah.
About each go around. So, do you want to try and have Eboji lead you in, Desert Stalker, to just takes an arrow to the gut and begins to bleed. So
Eat shit.
our man does not have a long lease on life.
No, not at all.
The Oluko skirmishers down below attempt to bash down the defenses. The resolve, they succeed, come up, and they're forced to engage him one at a time. But they take a swing. He takes a swing. He's fucking dead anyway. So, in the initial shock and awe, the Eastern Archer is dead. The Southern Guards are unbothered, and now the Walloco volunteers could have run out one and crash into the foe. D6 minus 1 plus 1. Okay. They kill all but one of these Tartaros court guards, suffering 3 losses in the process. The other Walloco volunteers join the clash. Losing 2 while, guaranteeing a crushing defeat. So all these guys are fucking dead. The East has fallen. Billions must raise the price of salt, etc., etc. These Oloco skirmishers are moving into the ones who have like the mass-produced, better equipment than average are moving in for an attack on the courtyard as well. Hopefully drawing out any guards, but we'll see. Everyone who's moved is otherwise committed. Captain Varker is keeping with the boys. Broadly speaking, centralized, but to the south. Not keeping with the best equipped unit. The Zomaturge obviously realized what the fuck is going on. And you hear a grinding of stone that's very familiar to you. It's what it sounds like when you like punch earth up into a position you want it in. It's the court guard's turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not ranged units, so they're kind of fucked. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're approaching under fire, but they're doing it. They're not rolling too well, but unfortunately, oh god, the skirmishes roll even worse. 2 of them die, trading nothing. And
shit.
Tartaros court guard come pouring out of the barracks. The better equipped skirmishers meet them. It's a +1 on +1 fight. They kill all but 1 of them, but in the process, 6 of them fall. There's a lot of blood on the sand, and the this Tartarus court guard comes up, clashes with these guys. They trade 2 for 2. These fellas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are moving for the defense. All right, so it is your turn. This is what the battle line looks like. There is blood on the sand. 50 Cent approves. It is overall bloodbath. This is going to be a battle felt in some family trees back in the mangrove.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. We could go
I
that
feel like
way.
at this point, like going around and hitting these court guard from behind, maybe.
Yeah. So you could absolutely do that.
The other option is to just like very quickly beeline for Prisoner Crane and then run in to try to get inside next turn or something.
Yeah, and then try to, that you could probably use some of your blood to, like, some of these, like, huge cranes and apparatus literally a thaumaturge has to go out and like shift a rock. It's part of how they keep control of it. You could
Oh,
do that,
shit.
and you
I
could.
could, yeah. If we
you
run
could
to
d-
here, I could do that.
could-
And I'm okay with using that blood. I think that's a useful expenditure of
Yeah.
blood.
You'll have to reach the crane though. You'll so right under the present model, you'll be here, and there will be a risk of both these guys turn around to fight you, which they might not. I mean, to be fair, a lot of them have just been slaughtered in front of them. They could break at any second. But also, important note: Tartros Archer West goes after you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Slamming the courtyard in the back would be great.
Wait a minute.
Got first attack.
Is this building made of stone, like raw earth?
I mean, it's worked stone, but it is made of stone.
Could I make a hole in the wall?
I don't see what's stopping you.
Yeah, we could run here. I could use one blood to make a hole in the wall, and then we can just go inside.
All right, so you want to come upon what you feel is like the back door, because you know you've met in the chamber with them. You want to like open up the back and just
And then
have
like
this...
pop through and be like, "Eat shit, bitch boy." Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely, that is an option on the table. You're gonna go for it?
Yeah.
Other-
That's probably
up
the
to you,
best. That's definitely the best.
Cool. I'll take a blood for that. I'll go ahead and remove that from my blood count. Although for some reason it's not counting down in my bar. Please save. Kolami, why are you still putting 5 out of 5? Whatever.
Alright, we're gonna assume Duraka and Sight are somewhere else in the battle. So you come upon the rear of the courthouse. It has like lower zones and upper zones. And let me just give you like a quick idea of what it's like. The upper zones are all up 1 square. Are y'all seeing this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. And like you are aware of the floor plan, not necessarily where they're standing right now. And you are free to punch a 1 square hole wherever in the back wall you would like to.
And this is the back wall?
Yeah, the north side.
I think let's just come in like here, maybe.
You also know that they had coals burning flames in these 2 locations. You suspect that adjacency to them would cause +1 heat. Being lit on fire by them would cause some amount of lethal heat.
Oh, I have an idea.
Indeed. So, sorry, just one more time. Ping me where you want to bore your hole.
Right through here.
Okay. Boom. All right, so
Grand Corgo, meager Fintot.
Yep. So they're up in their positions. Little eager, fucking eagle's nests, and you guys punch in the door, and the scenario is pretty much you have just stepped into the back of the Fuhrer bunker. It looks like there is one Altair. This appears to be a scribe with copper dagger, and there is a one appears to be a there's a bulky hoss of a woman, who appears to be some sort of temple guard, in a bronze lamellar plus bronze khopesh, which I will remind you is an axe.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They're down here. You guys have just come in through here. Everyone is surprised Pikachu, huh? And that's kind of your opening. Is that this is very unexpected. But now we get to resolve based on everyone's favorite statistic. That's right, it's sense.
2.
Alright, so let me just throw you up here at 2. And, boop. Boop. Okay.
So how do I roll this again?
What is your sense?
Oh, 3 cents. I'll just put it in chat.
Yeah,
Look at this cool
initiative.
guy.
Alright, and what is your resolve?
Me?
Yeah,
2.
because that's supposed to be the tiebreaker for putting you higher. Nikos would not be here with us.
This is gonna be a rough combat with only the 4 of us. That's okay.
Yeah, the problem is really I don't have their character sheets handy to run them as NPCs.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's fair.
But you know,
I believe.
I will say in the chaos, one decidedly average swamp skirmisher woman slides around and joins you for the attack.
I take all the help we can get. Thanks,
Hell
Swamp
yeah.
Skirmisher Woman. We will literally never forget you.
All right, so it's Aboji's turn. She knows the discretion is the better part of valor. She runs up, gets on the one square high thing by right like the courtroom bench, and she attempts to hurl a rock right into the head of Meager Fentak. Now, I believe. Oh shit. Yeah. So she only did a 5 because he's like a sitting duck in the open.
Oh,
Meaning she just delivered 2 wound levels to his. She puts 1 stamina. No, she doesn't. I didn't declare that. So basically, she runs in. Whoop whoop whoop. Whoosh, looses a rock with a cracking sound, as you see Meager Fentak's left arm is immediately ruined, like shattered. Level 2, actually, no, his limb is inoperable. Level 2 arm shot. He cannot use one of his arms.
Now, I'm worried he's
That's
going to
not-
immediately move that wound to somebody else. But
He does have the ability.
it's going to be really
And,
funny when he moves it to emoji. I walk in the room and then move it back.
Meager Fentak. Yeah, I mean, Meager Fentak can do it, but he has to be within aura of her. He hops down next to the fire, moves over here, spends the blood, and does in fact shift the level 2 arm shot onto her. As his arm stitches itself back into place, and hers cracks out with a horrible stony snapping sound. The scribe with the copper dagger rushes Aboji, paying the tax to dash, paying 2 stamina to commit. Aboji sadly has a ranged weapon in her hand, so she's just going to do 1d4. She's going to subtract 1 from his incoming, and he's got a copper dagger. He's going to have a 1d6 plus 1, but he committed, meaning he gets a plus additional 1. They are at the same range of guard 0. Aboji gets stuck, taking 5 blood damage, bleeding all over and hitting the dirt. Everyone gains 1 heat. The first person is fallen. And she is facing the prospect of shock, although with 1 heat, she has the capacity to potentially fix that for herself. And this person goes up 2 heat for downing them. And this guy came into the heat zone for his turn, so he gets 2. 1, 1, 1. So, blood is on the bleachers. The swamp skirmisher. I would say she has no reason not just like fire on the first person she sees, which is Meager Fentak. She's firing with a combination of like very bad weapons. It's -1, so she needs to get a wound of some kind, or it doesn't matter. So he moved to TD. He moved on his last turn. So the target is 5, plus proficiency with the weapon. She's standard. It's 5. Her target moved on his last turn. Her target is 3. She hits a worthless grazing against him with a weak arrow. Fulami.
Fulami walks into the room.
They say, traitor!
You are the traitor. You betrayed Zom when you turned against his teachings and used them for your own profit. And I will then move the arm shot right back to Meager Fentak.
Alright, he's like, ah! As you pay a blood and put the level 2 arm shot on him. It's very funny to see Thaumaturge on Thaumaturge with same school.
And then I will step away so that other people can get into the room.
Yeah, alright, so. Temple guard. You can't split move and shoot, actually, but I think you could do that from there, so it's fine.
Yeah, I could just, like, walk in and...
Alright. So the lady with the Kopesh sees you, thinks you're the leader, just saw you down the guy. She's gonna tap 1 stamina. She's gonna tap 1 stamina to sprint. She's gonna tap 2 stamina to commit. So she's going through 3 stamina, and then, on top of that, she is going to make this... So you are wearing armor, correct?
Yes, I am.
What kind of armor?
It is, my lamellar hide.
She's going to initiate Reckless Clash. If either side deals damage, it causes a wound. Alright.
Ah.
So
I'm raising my shield for no stamina.
all right. So her Kopesh is coming at, and unfortunately, you're going to be testing those armor dice because the Kopesh is an axe.
Yeah, I know.
So
I have a spear, so dog I believe is in my favor.
I think it's going to be. Yeah, you have a guard. Wait, is it a guard 4 spear?
Guard 3.
That's
I'm not
the,
using my long
Kopesh is
spear.
also guard 3. You have a long spear, but she's got a long axe blade. She's knocking
Okay.
that shit around, and your effective capacity to control it, compared to hers by the hilt, is starting to work in her favor. So she comes in. It's nobody's favored but dog. She has a +2 inherent to the bronze weapon. She has a +1 from her Addy. And you are attacking, I presume?
Yes, I think we're doing the exact same thing.
All right. So you're also going to come out to a +3, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
All right.
So, we each roll a d6 plus 3.
Is there any stamina move that you can do as the non-clash initiator that you'd like to do?
Yeah, let me look at that. I'm already raising shield, which doesn't require me to do anything. I could juke.
I think that's a movement one.
Huh?
Oh wait, I put it in clash, not movement. Oh, so that's supposed to be like a disengage action. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if there even is one you could say, or if a clashing initiator.
Are there any heat moves I could do?
Yeah, unless you wanted to shunt her, it looks like you'd have to look at a heat move. You could armor crush her. But that would -1 your roll.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather just do damage.
All right. Well then, I think it's just you're going at each other, shall we?
Yeah, I might as well. Well, I rolled shit.
Okay. So, she comes up. You're stabbing for dear life. You put your shield up. There is 8 damage coming at you, my friend. So you have a wooden round shield. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. An important note about hacking damage for all our friends at home. Hacking weapons, when they break armor, they deal damage through that DR. So the DR has become less hard. And hitting a shield with a hacking weapon always triggers a break check. So,
Okay.
which let me just go check what kind of fucking quality your wooden shield. What's the quality of your wooden shield?
3.
And how many armor dice is it worth?
1.
Roll me 1d6.
3!
Okay, so the shield doesn't break. Hacks into you with the Kopesh, somewhat going around. And then you are wearing Lamellar, maybe?
Yes.
How many AD?
2 and quality 2. So 2d6.
Let me see if this is triggering an armor break inherently. I think it might have been on the getting a shield and hacking. No, okay, so you're just getting the armor in this instance. How much?
Okay.
So you have 2 armor, pretty much, in addition to
Yes.
that. So 7 minus 2, 5. Okay. Now let's look at how much damage you're doing. You're doing 4 damage. She's wearing bronze lamellar. Bronze plate lamellar is 3 AD. You're dealing 4. She takes 1 damage from you.
Yeah, I think I'm going down here.
You're going down. You enter shock when you go to 0 or less blood.
Okay.
But you don't have to suffer that until your turn, and even then, you can spend 1 heat to stave it off. When Bula
Okay.
shoves blood in you, she cures shock. So that's usually the safest thing to do, because otherwise shock is a save or die against resolve.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. My resolve is bad.
So, Bula, you've just seen your
Yeah.
comrade Falami kiss the dirt as, like, he's a very confident guy, stab, and then, whooshing, and the shield doesn't break, but it doesn't matter. The Kopis crashes through, and even with the plates catching, this great and terrible axe blade sword just fucking cuts into Falami. His blood is going everywhere.
Nice. Yeah, everybody's fucking on the floor. Okay, so I'm gonna waddle on down one because I think that does that put me in range?
Waddle
Yes,
on.
4. So yeah, I'm gonna use blood, take the blood out of the temple guard and into Falami, and that's a D4. 3 blood.
All right, so you give up 1 blood. This friendly friend loses 3 blood, down to 1 gaming. And oh my god, this is an up at 1 gaming. Falami, the shock ends as you are, resuscitated. As suddenly the blood rips out, like pouring up under the lamellar armor, almost like peeling it away and soaking it. The plates growing heavy within the blood-sodden armor suddenly, not from the wound, but all over your body, rips out, shoots into you. And you come up and someone yells, "A foul magi!" And they realize there's a blood magi somewhere nearby. Bua, you took your shot. Do you want to move? I'm assuming you don't.
No, because I moved first, so.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. All right. So, Bolade is like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna get in here and fuck her up. I'm assuming at some point we gave my man Bolade a copper. He has a copper axe.
He has the
Okay,
battle
that's a
axe,
copper
the
axe.
two-handed axe.
Okay, so he has a copper battle axe.
Yeah.
That's good.
Think so.
Okay, so he comes in. He's got his hide garment. I can't forget that. Is he all in on axes? No, he's not. He's decent with an axe. He comes in. He has his guard 3 axe, or is it? Yes, he has his guard 3 axe. She has her guard 3 axe. He is going to spend 2 to commit. Oh, I forgot something. Forgive me.
What?
I'm gonna retro this really quickly. Because this is actually quite important because it's going to affect something immediately. So you guys didn't notice it in the heat of battle, but you remember when she took a thing that would cause both sides to take a wound if anyone got hurt?
Oh, yeah.
So she has hit Folami in the gut, which caused him to bleed, but Bula cured him before he would bleed out any. She got hit by Folami's spear in the head, like mangling her fucking ear, and she is suffering bleed. At the end of her next turn, she's gonna lose 1 blood and fall unconscious.
Okay, so I'm not bleeding because I got my blood back.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
cured
I
of
s-
bleed.
Okay,
Yeah, I can cure bleeds. It's great.
that's wonderful. I love to not bleed to death. Big fan.
Alright, so she comes in here, or he comes in here, and he's like, Folami, and he defends you with the battle axe.
Let's go, Blade.
It's copper. She's, holy shit, she's bronze. Okay. Important note, he has 1 armor die on his hide armor. She has 3 armor die on, but 4 is enough. And she goes down, and he is up at 1 gaming. As just like more bloodshed and more downing occurs.
Please give me more blood. I would like more
You
blood.
will get
I
you
need
will get more blood, but
So that's Belade's turn. Grand Corgo, seeing this shit, right? He smiles and says, "You had a clever strategy, but you didn't think of one thing." And he strides forward, right? Comes to the stairs. Comes painfully close to where your archer and Bula are outside, right?
And he's gonna close the door again.
He spends 1 blood to slam close the wall on them.
fuck.
And he yells, "Guards, to me!" Not sure if any guards are coming. But, that's what he's done. Aboji is still in shock. She spends 1 heat to stave off having to make her save or die. Meager Fentac down an arm and enraged. Actually, is he gonna run at Bolade? Doesn't necessarily seem smart. He is going to metal form his other arm. And yeah, hold on.
Holding.
He is going to shift his level 2 arm shot onto Bolade.
Oh, I can do more than one thing?
Oh wait, no shit, you make a good point. You can't. No, he doesn't
Okay.
do he does this. He didn't move yet. Honestly, you know what he does? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He takes his shot and he fucking moves back. He keeps gaining heat because he's near the fires. Meager Fentak is earning his name. Scarred with the copper dagger comes down at you and uses an ability known to some as bullshit jutsu, but what happens is he slips inside your guard for 2 heat. They slip inside your guard for 2 heat. Sorry, they're squarehead. Reversing the relationship of dog. You have guard 3, they have guard 0. Are you going to try... They have a copper dagger. Are you going to try and defend or try and take him down? Note, if you would simultaneously kill, the person with more heat stays up at 1 gaming and drops to 0 heat. You have 1 heat. They have 0 heat. You win the heat tie.
Yeah, I'm obviously raising my shield, and I have armor, so I'm just gonna do it.
Are you gonna go for attack? All right. So remember, whatever you do, you're gonna add your normal bonus, but then you're gonna subtract 3 from it, so it'll probably be +0 effectively.
It will be +0, and he will get +3, +4 maybe even.
Well, he doesn't have the stamina left to commit.
Oh yeah.
And they don't seem like a super proficient knife user. So they're probably going to get like a +1 is what you guess.
The thing is that I absolutely need to remain alive so that next turn I can drop my last blood to open the door again and then immediately pass out. Like, that's necessary.
Indeed.
That is true.
How do you want to play it? I'll hold my roll until you decide. Simultaneous. Because, yeah, there's a lot of risk here. There's a lot of reward, too.
I would still get a 1d... I still get a 1d6. Do I get to know how much health blood that this man has?
He looks full of blood. They look full of blood. This L-tail is full of blood. They look like an average-sized L-tail with full blood. So 4.
Okay. So I could still theoretically down this motherfucker. But if I get hurt at all, I go down. And my armor is just straight damage reduction, right? Like, I have a DR3 right now.
Yeah, because that... Well, I would like to point something out, actually. Daggers are piercing, based on quality. Copper quality +1. So, pretty much the AD of your shield is going to get ignored. You have an effective DR of 2, because they're going to slide through the first one.
Oh, I should have also had a DR of 1 on the guard then. The bronze guard, because I also have a piercing weapon.
That's a good point. You should put her down first go. Well, we're not going to retro that, but I'll keep that in mind in case things get close. So do you want to... Yeah, are you going to... You have like a 50-50 to down this person, but they're pretty much guaranteed to down you if they get through damage, which, I mean, they're looking at like, 4 out of 6, 4 and 6 odds.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna guard to increase my odds of not getting downed instantly. Honestly.
All right, give me your guard.
And that's just a D4 plus nothing, right now.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, a respectable 3. Literally, they don't even scratch your armor. Trying to stab at you. You've just been put right up off the ground, and full on he's hopping around. It's a party dance. Okay.
Fuck yeah, eat shit.
And that is the scribe with copper dagger's turn. and it is the Swamp Skirmisher's turn. Doesn't have shit to do. Falami,
Could
it's your turn.
hold action maybe. I know I did that last
Yeah,
time.
they'll hold to shoot the first enemy they see. What do you want to do?
Dropping my 1 blood to open the door again.
All right, which square?
Falami looks at Grand Corgo and says, "You made the mistake. You underestimated my drive." And he falls over as the wall opens again.
All right, which square? Same square?
I think same square. Yeah.
All right, yeah, and says you fool, and all right, you dropped to 0 blood. You'll be worried about shock on your next turn. Actually, you're worried
please
about
come
it,
in the room.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
it's right next.
I will this time.
Actually, I think it's right now, isn't it? Yeah. You want to spend 1 heat to not have to worry about shock?
Yes.
All right, so you're done at 0 heat. The temple guard is fucked. Fucking dead. Bula.
Yes.
Door is open.
So what I'm gonna do is 1, 2, and I'm going to pull blood out of
Corgo.
Yeah, Grand Corgo.
All right, and he's like,
And I'm gonna.
what? They're like, what? As they look at a fellow Elteo coming in here, being a blood magi, betraying them. All right, yeah, give me that D4.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. 3 blood out of him
Yep. So they lose 3, and you slam 3 into Falami.
into Flami. Yeah.
And
back up.
Falami is up. Shock is cured, and you go down 1 blood yet again.
Yeah.
And that's your turn. Bolade runs up and tries to finish the job. Take a copper axe. He has the 2 stamina to spend to commit. And say Grand Corgo also has an axe. He doesn't with guard 3. Grand Corgo is going to do 1d6 plus 3. Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
But Bolade wins the heat tie, right?
Bolade does win the heat tie. You're very correct. So, what happens is Bolade's up at 1 gaming but 0 heat. Grand Corgo gets axed to immediate casualty. And now, here's the problem. Aboji is out of heat. And
Oh shit! If we lose
Oh!
Aboji,
she survives.
oh,
She's unconscious, but she lives. Meager Fentak, seeing this whole scenario play out, yeah, I think he's just gonna fucking run. They're gonna fucking run. Sorry. Well, they know they have nowhere to run, though, is the problem. But with over half of them down in Grand Corgo dead, I feel like they're not gonna. Well, first, 5. They only have 5 more. Oh. Yeah, but they're not willing to do what Folami did and spend the blood to close the door behind them. Because they don't have anyone to feed them blood when they faint. I think that they are sufficiently... No. Sorry,
No?
I'm really thinking about this. Yeah, they're gonna dash up to Bolade. I think they would try and get revenge for Grand Kogos. They say, no! And they approach. The difference of guard is in Bolade's favor until Meager Fentak spends 2 heat to slide inside Bolade's guard. It's a bronze dagger. They are decently good at it. They have nothing left to add anything on Bolade's side. He is down 3 from which he had been up. Call out a 0. He gets a 6, which activates the axe special of breaking an AD. His armor absorbs the hit, or actually, he slid through by the bronze dagger easily. Oh, this isn't good.
Oh.
This is not good.
Bullet down.
Well, he's really sure. So bronze dagger, dog in favor. Heat in Fentak's favor. Oh god, here's the problem. Bolade dies.
What? Wait, no, that's not.
-3 is the death point, and he hits -4.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Ugh. He dies and falls dead at the bottom of the stairs. It is the random peasant person's turn. They attack Folami. They do not. I would say this is a new clash. The inside the guard doesn't count anymore. So they're up at 1 from Copper, but then Dog is against them. 1.
And I don't get anything from Dog. They have minus Dog.
Yeah, they have a minus. So
okay, so I don't get to add plus
yeah, no.
3 to my.
But you get to roll your normal shit.
Okay.
Okay. You brutally gore them with a stab in the chest. Ironically, though, they get -3. Might not die immediately. Unlike Blade, who I'm still going to think about, because, God. +2. Yeah, with Dog in their favor. That's just how it goes. Alright, Scribe with the copper dagger is down. The swamp skirmisher walks in, steps over Bolade's body, and shoots at this motherfucker. Hitting once. Oh yeah, it's just a graze to the leg. Actually, I think. Just kidding, that's an arm. So it tinks off the metal form arm anyway. Which, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I cheated. Metal form costs 1 stamina every turn. That was the second turn of metal form. He couldn't keep it up. He only reached Bolade by sprinting with his last point of stamina.
So he couldn't get inside.
He still had the heat to slip inside.
Oh.
He didn't have the movement to reach unless he dropped his metal form. What I'll say is he drops his metal form and dies right now.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
And like dramatically falls over into the brazier and burns alive as they're like, no, as their corpses, the corpse is consumed by the flame. And with that, that's an R.I.P. Bolade.
That's rough. Falami's gonna go pick up Bolade's axe, use it to hack off Grand Corgo's head, and then walk out the front door.
Yeah. The front door, by the way, what you heard earlier was Grand Corgo closing the front door. That's why they started the battle down.
That makes sense. I will find where the actual front door is and reopen it.
Do you want to spend a blood on that?
I'm hoping that if I stand in front of the thing and hold up Grand Corgo's head, everyone else will just leave.
True, but I mean, I'm just pointing it out. But you're willing to.
Yes.
All right. So, you reemerge onto the field of battle, hold it up, and
I hold up Grand Corgo's head and fucking Fulami looks around and he says, "This battle is over," and he rolls it on the floor up to the nearest Tartarus court guard.
Amazing. So while you are inside, every unit has had a time to do a brief battle, and if they were already clashing, loses one person. Captain Vaker is already outflanking as they start to retreat, and some of the prisoners are climbing up the chains and the walls to get out. And Tartarus court guards who come to reinforce see this, and they're like, "Vaker he's dead! Run! They're dead! Run!" And it's over. The archer runs, the Tartarus court guard run, and those who do not run are slaughtered. And as they are executed, the prisoners come out to help overtake them, completely shattered without morale. They die, many of them thrown into the pit. People below celebrating as their skulls crack into the salt. And after a great and brutal, bloody battle, it's all ogre, so to speak. Perhaps 7 people away into the desert as nightfall grows near. However, almost 100 prisoners climb up out of the pit.
So, Lee, real quick. The
Yes,
I'll
my
just
dear.
copy paste the ability real fast. So, there was like one person living in there still before that, or they get killed in that last clash. The stabber of one of the enemies.
Yeah, they died.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, there are temple attendants. You want to find someone to rip blood out of.
If I was gonna find somebody to rip blood out, could I bring back what's his face? The blade?
So,
Or
what
blade?
does Sanguinius say in that
So-
regard?
So it says revive those who have recently died of blood loss and cancel shock / revive those who have died of shock in the last round. Would this have been blood loss or no?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
So as it
Cool, holy
reads,
shit.
you guys find a temple attendant, human sacrifice, spend 1 blood, and roll me a d4. Okay, you put Bolade up to 0 gaming. Oh my goodness. Alright.
Bolade lives another day. Let's go.
And I'm
Day
like
saved.
out of blood.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I would have been really. I was feeling very like I've met him yesterday, and if anything happened to him, I would like kill everyone in this room and myself about
Yeah.
Bolade right now.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad Bolade made it.
So, as the great
Keep my blood alive.
like liberation of the camp occurs and lots of it is torn down, things are ripped open, 2 immediate things become clear. One, there is an ancient library of fired tablets here. Number 2, there is a small kingdom's ransom in hard salt slabs here. A vast wealth in salt. And Captain Vaquer, looking at these pitiable prisoners and this vast wealth, comes to have a conference as the prisoners kind of start to demand to know, who's in charge and what's happening. Some people do just not wait to find out and immediately sprint for the hills. But
Yeah.
some of them stick around, and all of them are exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. And Captain Vaquer says, well, and gesticulates at you, Volami, and says, this Ushanari Zamite has come to bring the true justice of the god of metal, squares, and the Eltail to you, And they're like, what? And they're so surprised to say zombie praised unironically. And all eyes turn to you. The field is riven with blood. The characters are very enthused to see you, and casualties. People being buried. What are you going to do? What are you going to
Falami
say?
is visibly like tired. He's been knocked out and revived twice in a very short period of time. Leaning on his spear a little bit, takes a deep breath and will say, "You have worked for this salt, and therefore you deserve it.
They're like, yay! And there's much agreement.
Let it be the ransom which buys you your food
Yeah.
at the nearest town."
Yeah, and they're pretty eager. And
I will take the tablets
Mhm.
and spirit them to a more suitable holy place.
Yeah, so there's a lot of tablets. Does anybody in the party have any skill in Lingua?
I have history.
You have
I do have a
history?
0 in Lingua.
Oh, a 0 is better than nothing. And what is your history?
History is +1.
Okay. You need to study these quickly and intently. Give me a resolve history to note the significance of the various tablets.
And that's 2d10.
Yep.
0 successes.
Unfortunately, it's all on a hard riven hand. They had to use stone to mark the tablets and bad clay because there's no soft rivers nearby. It's pretty rough stuff. You're not really familiar. Give me a Lingua sense 2d10.
Okay, I'm better at that. Well, I'm actually No, I'm a little better at that. But I rolled worse.
Your dice roll worse. So, shit. Bula, do you help look through the tablets?
Yeah, I'll try.
Resolve history.
I have a 0 in that. Hey! My resolve is 3, and a 0 in history. So that is a pass.
Let's go.
Alright, so you note that most of this is bullshit. But one section is old, like predating this, mutation of the operation. And one section is correspondence. You think you could probably take those just bundled up in some rags.
Sure.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll take the correspondence.
Alright, one of them asks if you will take it to the monastery of Zom in the mountains to the north.
We're not going that way.
We're not going that way, but if we...
Right
But
now, you're expecting to get on a
they-
boat and sail east.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a monastery of Zalm to the east, perchance?
And they're like, well, probably really far away, but not that anybody here knows about.
Are you headed to the north?
And,
Me?
nobody here seems to be headed so far afield.
Hmm.
Fulami will take them and say, I will be certain that they arrive at a holy place.
All right, and with that, none of the volunteers you brought died, which is good.
Hey.
Overall, the looting commences, and as the place is turned over, you do gain the bronze plate lamellar.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking that shit.
And with that, the battle is, I assume Bolade will receive the bronze Kopesh when he wakes up.
Yes.
Yes.
So, the whole thing is, done. And as the sun goes down, people of the swamp, before they go their separate ways, with the people of the prison, share their food, and everyone sustains for the night. And there is plenty of salt to flavor your meal.
Nice.
Beautiful.
You arrive at the Saturday of week two. Actually, the attack. Yeah, so you arrive at week 3, day 1. And it's the new moon. It's the full moon, actually. It is traditional amongst the Ushinari on the full moon to recount the tales of their recent history and to move forward. So, the can't believe this. So, you have a feeling as if though things have moved around, and also people as well. You are out in the desert, and you're expecting to return to Oluco and then get on a boat.
Yes.
The Faint One volunteers are going to, say their goodbyes and head back to their village.
Yeah, and I would have told the prisoners as well that Fainthorn was
Yeah.
happy to accept them, and presumably some of them are going back with the volunteers.
Yeah, some of the prisoners return, and with that, you guys have achieved a great victory here.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful day. A glorious day.
Not too many people died.
A glorious day.
So, you guys, the next day comes eventually. And Captain Vaquer says that he asks what you intend to do next.
Come with you and take our journey across the sea, I suppose.
And he says, I don't have any particular place to be. I'm just a wandering mercenary these days. And he's an average hoss, and he implies that he is otherwise uncommitted.
Ah, you're looking for work, my friend.
He says, well, it has certainly occurred to me.
Well, we are not flush with cash at the moment, but Fulani would produce his cotton sash, and say, I would be willing to accept, if you would be willing to accept payment as such.
And he says, this would be a very good start indeed. And he seems, interested.
And will hand it. He will say, and of course a share in the loot.
Of course. And he seems convinced.
Good.
Yeah, good to keep Vakar on. I like. It'll be good to have another smacky motherfucker.
Yes, he's a beacon for keeping morale. He has a heavy attack. He rerolls 1s on attack rolls. And he's a born killer, which means that he wins heat ties when seeing if someone's going to go down. And aside from that, he is can use a spear in a pinch, but he's all in on swords.
I have no swords to give him, but I'm not planning to share my spears anyway.
No, it's fine. He has a sword.
Yeah.
So, indeed. And he knows just a bit of mercantile and lingue, given that he is a mercenary. So, the group finds themselves up a compatriot And that night, I'm assuming you guys just shove meat into Aboji and Bolade's mouths so that the next day they will have blood in them.
Yeah, I would also like some meat.
Pretty please.
Yep. So I'm assuming you're all meat maxing, which is most.
Yeah, I'm certainly meat
3
maxing.
-4. We're gonna say some of it comes from our friends, some of it doesn't. You're at 13 starchy protein rations. And yeah, so regain 3 blood. Your tokens are on the screen if you'd like to use them.
That puts me back at full blood. We're blood maxing.
Yeah, you're blood
Same.
maxing, but you're also out of protein. And yeah, so you guys gather around and you head back to the swamp. It is all right.
I believe they promised to feed us on the march back. Is that something I remember?
Yeah, they do. So
Nice.
an important note: it's 6 spans. And it takes 3 days. It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday of week 3. You arrive in Oluco. And you and Captain Vaquer are here, who has received his final payment and is, done with his contract. Just over half of the people of Owakuleku came to volunteer survive. Those who did not are buried in the swamp fashion in funeral pyre ships, and there is a day of mourning declared in which they will not set out. However,
That's fair.
You do note something, which is that in this pleasant mangrove town, which has found their fog nets and their tall tree draws and their many Ausch thaumaturges, even though not all of them are men, because any Ausch thaumaturge in a storm, they get putting everyone in Ausch to have the water situation work out. You guys and the good captain are chilling, and a person who is clearly not from here is present. They are a lady who wears Kepesh garb. You learn swiftly that she is a merchant entering to the region, and she has amber for sale, and she has news. And she, seeing that you Ushinari, says, "Oh, are you with that camp of Ushinari outside of Curlhorn?"
Are we? I wasn't,
No.
but are the rest of you?
No.
No, we're not.
You did get close with one of 3 camps outside of Tamaka, the camp of the prince. But there were 2 others, one the camp of the scribe, and the other the camp of the prophet, or if you will, the camp of the beggar. The camp of the prince is led by a member of the traditional ruling class, and a noble. And the camp of the scribe is led by a merchant who has gathered a bunch of important civic people to them to preserve the Ushinari bureaucracy and exile to some extent, and the flow of information, valuable thought, and use them and their technical skills somewhere. And the camp of the beggars is led by an enigmatic prophet beggar, and the least equipped, shall we say.
Yeah.
It does not take long into the conversation as she says, "Well, I can see you're far better dressed. So many of them, and they look like they've been stripping up the cud behind them. It doesn't seem that the locals were too happy to see them. They didn't seem too well disposed towards Ushinari either, if I'm honest." It doesn't take you long to guess that this is the camp of the prophet, which is nearby, and also that they seem to be camped outside of the town where you guys did a night raid to liberate a hostage, and people wound up dead.
Yeah.
So you're here, but the news tells you that the camp of the beggar is here. So right now, you're expecting to go many spans east along the coast to a far mangrove, in the company of your compadres, the Wakuleko, who came to help strike the blow. The camp of the beggar is up north. Is there anything... And you know that there is, north of Tamaka, by about 5 to 6 spans, there's a town called Magori, where you learn that a blood mage rules in a very unusual arrangement with the townspeople from his tower. And that something recently strange happened with the priestess of Ha. What's more, you learn that there is just about, a hard day's travel into the mountains northwest of Magori is the throat of Zom, the most renowned and potent of the Zom religious centers and one of the only independent monasteries to Zom in the area. And that's the place that you pretended to be from and to have friends at. And you do have vague correspondence and awareness of them. But, yeah, so all that is way up to the northwest. You also vaguely hear that maybe prices continue to rise in Tamaka and that the situation continues to be a little tense. And, yeah, that is more or less what you learn just via the passive scuttlebutt. Is there anything you would like to pursue or think about or do in this day before you are to set out across the waters?
I don't think I have any ideas.
Nor do I.
Certainly. So, here is what happens. You are in the town of Oluko. There are 5, 7. Yeah, there are 13. Or, no, sorry. Yeah, I'm dumb. That's not math. There are 12 Waluko volunteers remaining. They came here on a mix of like catamarans and long canoes and other like shallow, fairly shallow draft vessels. They can navigate. They don't want to leave any of their ships, but they're a little low on row strength. And as they explain, the Gulf of is really trafficked due to sudden, shallow, jagged rocks, which mean that you can be easily dashed. This is part of why they only cross it, like, to visit Oloko, and why they're fairly, like, regionally locked, and there's not a lot of stuff in between them in terms of their culture. They say that the Gulf of and the shores of Ha between the mountains are a verdant place, but they say we do not go there because the women of the mountain will never let you leave alive. And they say this with particular warning towards the men, towards Bolade and Folami. And Nikos. And their intention is to make the journey back post-haste to deliver the news of their dead companions and to begin the ceremonial rites of burial on the far side as soon as they can. The prominent figures, shall we say, there is a Fit Eltail. Their name is Thalvom. And then there is a bulky fit woman. Shiro, or Shirola, and they disagree on the precise, some of the precision of the moments. Both of them want to return home. However, there is a storm brewing, and being caught out in the Gulf of during it would be bad.
Yeah.
Shirula points out the storm could strike or pass, and all we will have done is drunk our cousin's water and not returned with news of death. To die beyond the swamp and home is painful, even with a proper burial in the other town of the kindred. We should not delay, or the families will be furious. And she adds, we have retained some loot from this venture. They will expect more the more aggrieved they feel at our actions. The Vom says we should wait at least one day and see if the situation improves. If so, we will have lost little time. If the situation is the same, we go then. They seem to presently be trying to sway the group. Does the party intervene, or do they let them have the conversation? Also, really important, does anyone have the Vitae Sailor?
I do not.
No, I don't think any of us do.
Right, does anybody try and weigh in here?
Folami will think for a moment and offer, Shirula, you make a good point on the nature of the families. However, we can tell them nothing if we are dead at the bottom of the sea.
She grumbles and says that she would normally have no fear of it, but unfortunately, they are down 8 of their seasoned oar and ropemen, so they're not necessarily feeling the most confident at the moment.
Yeah.
You do. So the other main camp is Thavam, which is if the conditions stay slightly rocky but not overtly hurricane, that they will still depart tomorrow. But they're mostly going to wait a day and hope the situation improves.
That's sort of what I'm trying to argue for. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's no great resistance. A day comes and a day goes. Everybody consume a little something something.
Yeah, we're out of meats.
Well, no, we have party starch plus protein at 13. So
Oh, okay.
I can feed you that. Do be thinking about scurvy though, in case you need to find some fruit, maybe buy it. So we're feeding with Captain Vocker added to the equation.
Yeah, I do think since we've been eating fiber from our friends in the swamp, presumably, during the walk back, I think my fiber is still at 3, but I probably want to not want to have less than that.
Yeah.
Before I leave.
Yeah,
Because
because
so
we're gonna
5
be in the
full
ocean.
rations for the party, 5 full protein, fiber, starch, and then you have 9 of the starch plus protein.
Nice.
So you eat.
I'm
meal.
going to see if I can trade my spinaful, my somewhat broken spinaful, unfortunately, for some food.
All right, so, it is a considerable piece of armor. It is. You mean you spent a lin, right?
No, I had spinaful.
But that's the one armor dice one.
Oh, then maybe I had spinalin. I don't remember. I know I had 2 previously. And
Yeah, because
then
you had 2 AD and it was cloth. The only one is Spinolin. Okay, so
then
you
I
have a
had
half
Spinolin.
armor Spinolin. They're like, I mean, it's frayed. It's really more like worth a Spinoful. You're a friend of the village, so I'll give it to you at that price. And they offer you 9 rations of your preference for it.
I will take 9 fiber rations for that.
All right, so nine mangrove fruits.
Presumably dried.
Indeed. Prepared for journey. So, you are going to you head out the next day when things seem normal. Or, well, they don't seem to improve, but they don't get worse either, and that was the agreement with the Vom. So, have any of you ever been on a boat before, do you think?
I feel like
Um,
Fualami's been on like a riverboat, but
no,
never on
probably
the
not
ocean.
me.
Mm-hmm. So, uh, 1, 2, 3. They instruct you on the basics of rowing. Those of you who are fit or a hoss do a good job of keeping up. Is remind me. What are-
I'm not. I'm normal,
no, you're
average,
I am
fit.
not fit,
right? Oh yeah,
but
fit.
I
Sorry.
am. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nope.
Fulami's unfit. They're like, they'll let the holy man's watery nature as a man support us, and his devotion to Zalm harden our resolve. So yeah, you're chilling. Bolade is putting in work. Boji is too. And then, so like 1, 2. So it's the second day you're at sea. It's Wednesday of week 3. The coast seems to turn away from you and you begin to navigate rock. It is awkward going, and the winds and rain start to pick up, lightly speckling you. Nothing too intense, but navigating it is a bit tough. The only person here with bushcraft to write home about is, as ever, Bolade. He's a man of the land, but not necessarily the sea. His sense is 2, his bushcraft is 1. He doesn't manage to contribute, really. You guys sleep in small metal bits, in small, like, hide stretched and wooden banged swamp vessels. There are hidey sort of sails and cloth sails as well that are extended. There are small canoes connected to larger canoe bodies you don't fully understand, and they use them together, and they can go quite fast compared to what you'd expect. And people have oars, and those of you with any strength help paddle. Day and night, day and night. Finally, it is Thursday of week 3. Early in the morning, and the clap of thunder jolts you from your tired state. You do not know precisely where you are, and you do not know precisely what is happening. But you are out over the water, and yes, the water and the rain rack against you.
It's wet.
Very. The waters grow dark. The rocks grow common. And deeper and meaner. And, so they have spread you out in order to minimize the negative effects of having people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Let's just say there is one outrigger here, and there is one canoe here. Salami, they have you on the bigger boat as a counterbalance. You are large, not necessarily in charge on the seas.
I don't need to be.
Captain Vaker is back here. Bula, Aboji, and Bolade. Or actually, no, Bula is back here as well. Aboji and Bolade are on the fore. And Wakaleko volunteers. Some of them are spread amongst you. One steers here, one rows in front of Falami. Captain Varkar on the left side for the rowing. We up front is rowing real good. The storm begins to grow stronger. The crashes of lightning and thunder more abrasive and sudden. The rest, at some point in the night, you have lost track, you realize, as the groups shout in the cant of the swamp that you are not too familiar with. But it becomes clear to you as you look around and feel the panic. They have lost sight of the other vessels.
Oh no.
There's a disagreement between the navigators, and some of them curse that one of the men who knew these rocks best died in the battle. Suddenly, there's a rogue wave that crashes up around the rocks, and everybody is smacked right in the face, losing one stamina.
Ow.
Ah. That's not fun.
So, immediately is clear to you that one, water rises in the vessels. Two, the vessels are off course. Three, everyone is confused. Four, nobody knows where to go. Any one of these problems is going to fuck you. However, you have the opportunity to not get fucked by addressing them. You can assume that the people who are actually... The reason you haven't died yet is that these sailors are doing their job well, and they're going to continue to focus on that. So, do you want to address any of these problems, my friends?
Fulami is going to try to address number 3, because he doesn't know where people are, but he can sort of take command, and he's going to say, I know that some of you who know these rocks best are not here, but rock is a thing that I can work with. If you all can find the crow's flight to the other ships, and what would be the best method to go to them, I will do all that is within my power to remove rocks from our way, even if it brings me to the brink of my ability to remain awake.
All right, so you everyone is confused. So I would say that you have addressed the part where everyone is confused. Give me an aura society to kind of get people on board.
Okay, I'm bad at society, but I do have aura. That's 3d10s at least, because I'm rhetorician. I'm convincing them.
You
2
do a great
1s.
job.
Let's go.
You also wipe out nobody knowing where to go, as you just kind of like give them a direction. Well, actually, so no, that's not true. They still need to know where to go. But you do a great job getting people together.
Yeah.
Bula, what are you doing?
I don't know how to do much about the water rises in the vessels besides just telling them to, do what you can to patch the holes and pour water out
Well, you
if
could
there's
do it.
any.
I
Yeah.
actually
Yeah, I
might
could,
point
but-
to Bolade, who I know is a big, strong motherfucker, and also
Yeah.
point to Captain Vaquer, who I also know is kind of a big, strong motherfucker, and be like, start, like, paling water out.
Yeah, so Blade
Yeah.
and Uboji are in the front thing. Captain Varkar can do that. Vakar can do that. He uses his resolve and his bushcraft. He does not seem to meaningfully do much. Bula, what are you up to?
Myself, I don't know shit about getting us back on course, but I guess I can try to also deal with the water.
Give me a
'Cause why
resolve
not?
bushcraft.
So let's see my resolve.
All right, you managed to help hail some of the water. So,
Oh, cool. Hell yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to deal with the vessels are off course and no one knows where to go.
so Uboji tries to address the part where we don't know where to go.
Thank you, Aboji.
Thank you. Hey,
She sees the
it's a
path.
1.
To compensate for his failure, Vicarious spends an extra stamina. So stabilizes the boat, pails more water. The rock ahead, Falami, you're gonna have to spend 3 blood to shear it all down. Do you do so?
Yep, I said I would.
All right. You get
Bolami,
back
like,
towards.
crushes his hand and the rock crushes.
You get back towards most of the boats. You see that they're also floundering a little. One of them has lashed itself to a rock in desperation as they seem to be having, people are running around the boat screaming. You're not sure what's happened. They look like they're looking in the water for someone. You're not sure if they've lost something or someone. And as you are closing in, both of you roll at or under aura.
Right now,
With a
D6. Yeah, right
D6.
now.
Okay,
just 1d6.
Yep.
that's under my aura.
That's under my aura.
You hear a voice, a sound, an ethereal knowing thrumming in your head. The name of the goddess. And it's like a smooth fire rolls over your head as a bolt of lightning cracks out and by ill fate strikes the vessel carrying Bolade and Aboji. The two people up front leap for the lashed vessel. Aboji and Bolade leap back to yours. The middle vessel is lost. A strong wave carries you away from the others. And Bula and Falami, you are overwhelmed with a sense of divine revelation almost. Why do they pull this Gulf of Ha? But it is too late to wonder as a wave knocks you over and sends the group scuttling into a sandbank. You lose consciousness.
Oh.
And awaken the next day. Or is it? On a sandy beach.
I assume with the other party members somewhere also conveniently on this beach.
Yeah, so you you have awoken on a beach. You don't know where you are. You look around, you see tall, thick woods. You have no means of orienting yourselves decently off of where you have found yourself. And yeah, it is a thick woods, unlike any you've ever seen. And The lighter grass is the higher elevation. There's a whole lot of tree. And you're not in a great vantage to see more, but you do see mountains in the distance. And by all rights, you think this is the Gulf of Ha. You find one. So the vessel is somewhat damaged. The outrigger has broken off, and there is a general hullabaloo. And the sail is ripped, but the vessel is lodged if damaged nearby. You have what you had on you, and thankfully none of you wound up in the water where metal armor would have drowned you. And you are here, in the woods. And now, as you awaken, there is only the question of what is to be done. Because what the fuck are you going to do in this scenario?
So are we separated from the rest of the party?
No. So like the party, I mean, like, let me put it this way: the party members, for people who aren't here tonight, will reappear when their player reappears. But they're not like very far. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, they're like sleeping on the beach somewhere, I presume.
Yeah.
Like they're knocked out or something.
They're just off screen. Yeah.
Just off screen.
The
Bolami will... And we have two volunteers with us here, yes?
True. However, both of them seem to have taken serious damage defending the ship with their bodies to, like, catch it and push it off of the rocks, and are at 0 blood and unconscious. They'll need to be, fed protein and guarded through the day.
Okay. In that case, I think we should have Iboji hunt for meats.
Oh yes, definitely. Boji's
And Bolade
godlike at
should
it.
start cutting down trees with his axe to get us some wood to help repair this ship. The rest of us should be on guard duty, I think.
All right, so you want to have Bolade. So who do you want to have do the foraging?
I think we can have Iboji hunt specifically. I know Iboji's hunted before.
Mm-hmm.
To get us some meat to help heal up our friendly fellows who have been de-bloodified.
All right.
And then Bolade maybe cut down some trees with his big ol' axe so that we can get some wood to repair this ship. Is my thought process.
Bad news. Game is considered in cover, so it's a -2 to the difficulty. But good news. You're in a grassland and a forest. Grassland's basic bounty level is 3. A forest adds +2. This is a 5 bounty area. This area is worth 5 fucking spans of step.
Shit.
God damn.
So, and it is 1dx, 1 plus x d10, which is bounty level. So she's gonna roll 6d10.
God damn.
She is trying to
That's really bad. That's a really bad roll.
What is Uboji's bushcraft sense? Ooh, her sense is 5, but her bushcraft is -1. So she finds 1 3 protein rabbit, and she takes her shot. She needs to get 3 or less. cracks it in the head, returns with meat to feed. Also, is this me or is all of us pretty low on blood? Did I copy your places from the wrong shit?
I should be low on blood, but Eboji and Bolade should not.
Might have. I saw my heat. So
Yeah, you shouldn't have heat either. All right, so yeah, you guys are waking up. All right, so okay, so
All right, I'm back.
all right, welcome back, and I'll be right back as well.
Okay.
Entertain the people who can only hear you.
Ooh, just to entertain people. Oh no. Where did I put my water? There it is.
Hello, hello. I'm back.
Hello, hello. We went to go get water or something, I believe.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hello, Sonny.
Hmm?
Oh, my cat. He just started screaming.
Oh, many such cases.
Many such cases.
Many,
He's being
many
a little-
such cases.
Okay, I'll be right back. Continue to strategize.
I'm strategering.
We're strategering. um,
Yeah, I have no idea what to do other than what we're doing. I'll be honest.
I think we're on the right path, at least.
I hope so.
Otherwise,
I know we're gonna get attacked by mountain women at some point, though.
that doesn't sound fun. Well, to some it sounds fun, but in this context, it is not fun.
No, I really don't want Fulami to get death by Snoo Snoo as like
I
the
don't
end
think
of
it's
his
even gonna.
character.
I don't even think it's gonna be like that. I think it's just gonna be we die.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why they're like taking him in, but
Yeah.
I don't really want to find out.
God no.
Uh, but I'm sure they're gonna show up. Like that's a Chekhov's gun if I've ever fired one.
Oh, for sure.
Um,
I guess we just hope it doesn't.
yeah. Or like let's just hope that if it happens, we win. You know.
Real.
Like I think it's gonna happen. I just hope we don't die.
Yeah. That'll be probably the best outcome for us. Is not dying, but I'm not sure about any combat with them.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
maybe
we're
we
just
can talk them out
lucky.
of it, but I don't feel like we can talk them out of it. I feel like they're gonna see
Ooh,
Fulami and be like,
probably not. I mean, even myself, because like the three of us, Palami, myself, Blade. Oh yeah, and Captain Valker,
yeah,
who's
it's
now
literally
ours.
everyone but Emoji.
Buttaboji, and then the other two party members that are here at
Yeah,
the
who
moment.
are sure not appearing in this film for the moment.
Yeah.
Um, but we'll find out. I mean, you know, we're if we get these sailors awake, maybe they can start like building the ship.
Hopefully.
I don't really want to stay here. Like, I want to get out of here. I want to get back on the ocean and away from this. I
Yeah,
also don't know that I trust getting back on the ocean because it seems that has like an active wants to kill us
probably.
thing.
I don't think it. Yeah, like you said, I don't think it's a great idea for us to go back in the ocean. That's probably how we die in this region, though.
Yeah, although staying here and getting killed by mountain women also seems bad. So I don't know.
Yeah, we've been dealt an interesting hand, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, upsetting. Oh, stop that. Stop. He's just trying to take my water bottle off my desk. He's being a demon.
Violence creature.
Meow. Ah.
I'm also gonna think about like, is there anything we can do to make Ha happy before we leave?
That's a good question.
Can we like give her stuff? Like, can I make a sacrifice to Ha? Be like,
Ha
hey,
is fire and air,
So,
maybe.
as a thaumaturge, I would say this. Like, in terms of the deities, right?
yeah,
There's Ush, the symbol of masculinity and water, and symbolized by the circle. Zom, the symbol of alkalinity and stone and metal, and symbolized by the square, and symbolized by the triangle, uh, air and fire and femininity.
Mm.
You had to, were found as a child, most likely inducted as a heavy soul into the ways of Zom, probably because someone paid your parents a lot of money, and you went and learned. You're you can choose to believe whatever you want, but there is no personified Zom that has ever come down during any of your rituals and given you a direct answer to anything. However, you are vaguely aware. You have a history of 1, correct?
yes,
Due to the fact that you are a thaumaturge and you have a history of 1, you'd be vaguely aware of the fact that the 3 gods are known in every culture. Because if they are cut off, and there are heavy souls in a community, eventually, like, they'll get very sick, and frequently they'll die. But some percentage of them will receive a vision of the appropriate deity, and they will just hear the deity's name. And they will have an experience, a potent experience in their mind of the element, and they will awaken to some basic element of the thaumaturgy of the deity. So that's why no matter where you go, people believe in the 3 gods, and some say there's like more going on there. But broadly speaking, there's 3 gods, and they all have the same names across all cultures and bespoke religious groups.
So we just had that happen to us.
Very strangely, yes. Fulami, you don't think that non-heavy souls probably could have that happen, and you don't think that, broadly speaking, men are supposed to. But then, you are a male Zom thaumaturge, not an Eltail like those other 2 were. So, you know that there's a bit of room for variance in going against the grain, and to some extent you suspect it's probably just a social thing. But the stories say they always reveal the good gender, so who knows?
Well, the stories say, but I just heard.
Yeah. But you don't have you in all of like the deep temple things you've done, like you haven't seen anything that a historical Greek priest wouldn't have seen in an actual temple, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
Except for maybe some guys
also,
moving rocks around with their mind.
Yeah, besides, happening all the time in ancient Greece. But aside from your like heavy soul powers and thaumaturgy, you have never seen a miracle, and you might have heard an oracle babble or whatever. And again, it depends on how skeptical of a guy Fulami is or how he interprets his faith. But like, officially, people rely upon signs and non-literal interpretations to fall back when things don't go the way that quote-unquote the gods say they should, but also that you suspect there is no like mortal instrument of person who could tell you, and there's no way to like bodily summon these deities or something.
Yeah.
So you might look to history and the goddess and try and, because this place is called the Gulf of and it's notoriously non-trapped because of those terrible rocks and storms that you just experienced. Some of the only people who risk it are the people in these shallow draft boats, but as you've just seen, storm hits and you're undercrewed and you're unlucky, bad things can still happen.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna maybe roll a history, and think about ways to appease Ha.
Give me this is a reflection of your study. Give me a resolve history.
I don't know shit.
Can I try for that?
God. You want the
Bula, maybe give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll give it the good old college try. Hey.
Okay.
Hey, that's wait. Oh wait, those are 6s.
Yeah, you gotta roll these 10s, buddy.
Huh? Oh shit.
Oh shit! I didn't move over the screen.
I mean, hey.
Hey,
look, it works anyway. That's a double, I think. Because resolve history, right. That's a 3 for me.
So Bula, so full on. You're a priest. You're vaguely aware. Rituals almost always involve fire, and frequently they involve high places or birds or like bird products like feathers. Like burning a feather would probably not be an uncommon thing. You're pretty aware. Bula, you're thinking particularly about stories about appeasing, correct?
Correct, yes.
Bula is aware of an old story recorded in some tablets whereby a vast quantity of niter was ritually consumed and unleashed a calming cloud that stilled seas and skies for spans around and lingered for a whole week. It is said that only a holy woman could power this ritual. You think you'd need to find more religious texts or guidance about worship to fully attempt to reconstruct such a ritual. And of course, it's just a story. You know, I don't know how skeptical Bula is, but you're not of a baseline assumption it's real. Rituals are real, right?
Yes.
And they can create miraculous things. But to you, that's almost a science, right? And like you accepted this ritual because you know very powerful thaumaturgy rituals exist. It could exist, but it could also be a story.
Well,
Yeah.
I figure we know where one source of Ha people are, but
So Bula and Falami sit around being nerds. Aboji comes back with some rabbit. Bolade cuts down some trees. Captain Vaquer stands guard. And let me see something. Aboji returns to camp, and as she throws down and skins the rabbit, she says, "Don't look around, but I'm certain I was followed."
Good.
Fulami almost looks up but doesn't. Stops himself from looking around almost visibly, but hopefully not visibly from far away, just visibly to Iboji.
Mm-hmm. She says, "I heard a creeping behind me. It seemed to match my movements. I don't know how many of them there are." So, with this revelation, what are you doing?
I'm going to be acting like everything is normal.
Acting.
Everything is the normalist.
Are the sailors coming to yet? Probably not, right?
They should take a day because when they sleep is when the protein gets turned into blood.
Shit, you're right. So they're
Strictly
knocked
speaking,
out.
if you put blood into them, they'd wake up sooner.
I don't think that's wise.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is.
Well, I mean, we're kind of just stuck here anyway. So
Yeah.
we
I
kind of
think I will go. Fulami will walk over to Captain Vaquer, and communicate to him quietly that Iboji was followed.
Yeah.
All right, his eyes kind of swivel without his head moving, and he says, shall we form up to defend the boat?"
Yes, but let's make it not look like we're doing that for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And he nods, and Bolade overhears this and kind of casually moves more wood towards the pile. Vicaire comes to check on one of the downed people. Aboji comes to give the rabbit stew to the downed people.
Fulami's going to take a little bit of a back step because he's low on blood currently.
And Bula, you're out
No. I'm coming over. I do not want to be on the edge.
Okay. You hear a guttural sound like a throat clearing.
From where?
Deeper into the woods. The north.
I guess I look towards it, but it's not like I have the sense to probably see it.
Give me a D6 add or under. Trying to sense.
6 at her.
I'll do
on
the
you,
same just to
2.
see.
Woo!
All right.
I don't see it. But
Six.
Okay. You see gaunt forms stalking closer out of the woods, low to the ground, hunched
Ugh.
on all fours,
Ugh.
is a pack of 6 wolves.
Oh, okay. It's yeah. Then I just like quietly said, "There's wolves out there."
wolves fear fire,
They
And
sure do, but
but we don't have fire.
we don't have
Bolade
it.
starts to use the metal of his axe to spark some of the wood that's been gathered. And he gives me his best bushcraft. He's gonna spend a fucking stamina on this for sure. Yep. He manages to quickly prepare 2 torches.
I think he should have one, and Captain Vaquer should have one. That's my belief.
Captain Vicaire has a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Bolade comes out with his torch and kind of waves it against them. He's making, I'm saying, this is an aura. He's gaining a heat for it. This is an aura. Also, I think he gets a heat for having the torch. Yeah, he doesn't seem to intimidate the wolves. The wolves do clearly show themselves stalking closer. What's the best bushcraft that you guys have?
I
Probably
think it's
Bolade.
Bolade or
Bolade says, it's not normal for them to come after humans. We must be close to their territory, or they have some other reason to drive us off. Normally they'd only attack someone like us if they were starving. They look well fed.
Folami is gonna go ahead and pull out his long spear
Hmm?
and kind of stand behind the line with the
Yeah,
spear
ready to
like
poke.
ready to poke.
Alright.
well, I guess I can use their blood.
I would love some of their blood.
Well, I was gonna wake up more people on our side first.
So, the wolves see the fire, they see them formed up, and they kind of stalk back off into the woods. They don't seem to want this smoke, literally or figuratively.
Folami, his eyes like narrow, and he goes, "We should be sure to make a fire tonight,
A big fire.
and we should make sure it doesn't go out." And he looks up at the sky and he says, "Maybe that will please Ha as well."
Can hope.
Perhaps these are her wolves.
So, you wait for the fire. So you, do you range out again today, or do you just kind of like remain bunched up? You've spent half the day this far. You could send Bolade out foraging or Aboji out hunting again or any sort of other thing.
I feel
But-
like Bolade should cut down more wood, especially because we're going to need to make a big fire.
Alright. So he spends a stamina. Frankly, during that, everyone probably spiked. So, you're all at full stamina. Because the adrenaline rush of the fucking wolves. You can have sense many spikes a day, so keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So you had your first. Bullet chops down another tree and clears some brush. And
We got another pile of wood.
a pile of wood. And he's, makes ready the place for a fire.
Yeah, I think that's a good place for it. As for Iboji, I do worry about sending her out on her own into fucking Wolfland. But more meat is a very good idea. So
So do you send her out anyway?
I'll ask her what she thinks.
Iboji says, I'm always preferred the streets of the city to the backwoods, but I prefer meat to starving. We could rely on our rations, but we don't know how long we'll be here.
Yes.
And it's not like our two friends who are out cold are about to jump up and start hunting. Frankly, we'll probably need them for boat repairs if this still has a hope of getting us out of here.
I agree.
Sure.
I suppose it's best for you to continue hunting then. Be careful, though.
I will be. So it's 1+ bounty, which the effective bounty level here is 5. So 6d10. It's amazing she got as bad as she did. And this is her sense bushcraft. So sense 5, bushcraft -1. She's a 4. Again, not a great run, but this time it's 6 protein. Dough. She shoots. Oh, that's 1 hit. Now, you don't make this decision. Iboji does. But it is known that if you get 1 hit, you have to choose to chase them down and to risk greater chance of attracting predators. You don't know what Iboji has done, but she drags back a corpse. Jerry like a corpse, a 6 protein corpse, but she also happened to find some mushrooms in the forest. So she returns actually 7 protein. So,
Nice.
With that, I mean, you can afford to feast these unconscious fucks with meat.
Which I think we should do.
Yep, and with that, I believe that the day passes tonight.
Yeah, light up that fucking fire. And set watches, I assume.
Yeah, polygon.
Yes, for sure.
Reset fog. How do I... Ah, yes, there it is. All right. A fire burns. You do set watches, but also just nobody sleeps too easily tonight.
I guess I have to eat a lot of fucking meat too, don't I? Because all my meat's gonna turn into blood.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually need to eat 3 protein as well. Or I suppose I could not eat 3. I could, eat less than that and just have less protein, but...
The red light blazes against the dark wood. Maybe I'll make that shit orange. All right. So. The atmosphere settles in. You find yourselves surrounded by darkness. You build a large fire. Black plumes of smoke trail off into the skies above. Perhaps in some cruel act of mockery, you see that the skies are very clear, without rain or cloud. You ponder what might have happened if you'd only waited a few more days. But people were eager. Now here you are. And the night drags on. You share your shifts, you share your food, and those of you who are near the fire, as the night passes on, your like standing heat is 1, more or less.
Yeah.
If you're holding a torch or staying next to the fire.
Yeah, I think Fulami is definitely up next to the fire, staring at it, thinking about Ha.
I should probably be next to the fire as well.
He doesn't know how to appease Ha, but he's reciting some prayers he's overheard, or something, under his breath when he's not asleep.
Probably not a bad idea.
He doesn't know a lot about Ha worship. He's lived in the he's from the monastery. You don't get out much. But he has no like he has respect for the other faiths.
You hear, as you focus on it, an owl call. Bolade considers it. He says, "It is the little owl." And you think that this owl actually does remind you of some of the symbols you've seen in Ha iconography.
Oh.
You know, sometimes considered a holy animal of the deity.
Okay. Where is it?
Bolade gesticulates to the east. Somewhere around here is what he thinks.
Fulami is going to produce a meat.
Mm-hmm.
We know owls are meat eaters. He is going to come to the edge of the fire's light, lay the meat in the darkness, and retreat.
Alright.
And as he does, he will offer it, like, he gives it to the owl. He says, "This is for the owl."
Do you attempt to like invoke like the ritual of Ha that you are aware of?
I will do my best.
All right, there's a hunk of meat. You give the the look. Give me an aura history.
Does this count as using aura to convince someone?
Yes, it does.
That's 2 successes.
Slowly but surely, a cadre of bow-wielding women rises from behind their cover curiously. I'll put like a friendly tag on our boy, the care, as we're entering generic Icontopia here. One of them steps forward and says, "You know the ways of the goddess well, for a man. Why do you make fire on our coast?"
To ward off wolves.
And they laugh curtly, and one of them says, "He speaks well." And she says, "There is no need to ward off wolves with only fire in our village. There is security behind the walls. You could join us."
Solami looks to the others, looks to her, and says, I am a holy man of Zalm who walks between many worlds. Would my friends and I have... We know we would have safety from wolves behind your walls. Would we have safety from other things?
So you said that you're a holy man of Zalm. They're pretty surprised. They're a little surprised around that. Give me a D6 sense at or under.
That's at.
Well, that at or under includes at. They seem to both be a little surprised about you being like the holy man of Zalm, but also the idea of like something about the mention of like Zalm as a deity. They seem to take it a little bit amiss. Something about like when you invoke the deity's name, it's like they perk up expecting something that isn't there. And they kind of look at you and look at each other and look at you, and they say, "We would offer no violence, and you would be safe within our town. You would enjoy our hospitality."
So Alami looks to the others and just sort of is like he's willing to go.
All right. Bula, do you have any particular feeling?
Only if they'll grant us safety, I guess. That's my only reservation.
Oboji leans in and says, What did our friends from the swamp warn us about the people here?"
I believe they warned us that
They're dangerous to
they're
men.
dangerous to men.
She shrugs and says, "Well, it's your circles, boys."
So Alami will sort of look and say, while we were at sea, I heard a voice over the winds. I believe you heard it also, Bula.
Yes, I did.
And he looks to the women and he's going to say, it spoke the name Ha.
And they kind of, and then one of them starts to say, one of them says, "This is," and then the lead holds up a hand and says, "You should come with us. I am sure our thaumaturge will want to hear from you and the Eltail," they say, looking at Bula.
Yes, it would be good to speak to a thaumaturge on this matter. And Folami gives like a curt bow.
And we will take this that you have offered so well to with us as proof of your devotion. And so they propose to take you away from the coast and deep into the woods.
Let's take our 2 friends with us because I don't want to leave them here on the coast to get eaten by wolves.
All right, the boat is brought inland, and the fire is snuffed.
And I will walk forward to join them in the woods.
Yeah, Aboji carries one of them, and Bolade carries the other, handing off the torch to Folami. So, I need to see something here. No, yeah, okay. It is not but an hour, or perhaps 2, but surely not 3, before you arrive at the village. It is, as they say, seemingly quite secure in many ways. They tell you it is called Percha, and it lives up to its name. It has been constructed on a hill, or rather there is great earthworks leading up to a palisade. There are bandings of old wood lashed together that cross what appears to be a ditch, a moat, filled with standing water around the edge of the village. You arrive at the edge, and the huntresses call out. And the group you are with calls out, and a group within emerges and slides open the wooden gate. You are within a village. There is a stone structure in the middle. 2 hemispheres with a block in the middle, connected via a narrow hallway. And there is a stone statue, clearly devotional to up on a rise to the southern tip of this village. The only cardinal direction without an entrance. You would note it goes towards the coast. They bring you to the middle, and out emerges a woman clad in the garb of... you note... well, actually, you pass through the village, right? Is anybody, like, studying the crowd?
Yeah, Folami would be looking pretty closely.
How good is your society?
Bad.
I see.
It's
Bula,
-1.
how good is your society? Boltrip?
My society?
Yeah.
It is a 0.
Boltrip, you have a chance to notice this. Give me a sense society.
Yes, a 2. Okay.
That's a D6.
Sorry.
I know, you're jumping the gun, but it's not combat.
Not yet.
Please, God, I do not want to die here.
You see the women of the village.
Yes.
And you see the women of the village. And you see some fellow L-Tails in the village.
Hey, I'm not screwed.
And then you note that you're not seeing someone. You're not seeing any men. Now, there's not that many people up. It's the middle of the night. People have sort of been aroused to see what's happening. But when you reach here and the thaumaturge of Ha comes out and is told, like, these are the ones who have heard. They say, let the L-Tail, let them come with me into the the holy joining place. And you see that this structure has like a pole, right? And it's got like rocks stacked on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And by torchlight, you can see it goes right, like from top to bottom. There is a pyramidal one. There's a square one, and there is a sphere stacked atop the holy place. They invite you in, and the thaumaturge says, "Welcome to the holy place of the divine.
Thank you.
The goddess has spoken to you, brought you here, clearly for a reason." And
You heard it also? The speech?
yes. Breathes her name more freely here. It's what draws so many, and why our far sisters have their monastery outside nearby. By the way, you do know that plenty of people here, not everyone, but a number of them, have obsidian weapons.
I see. Okay.
And she kind of, she invites you into a small, long temple structure. Fairly low lying compared to most, but the ground is somewhat excavated to compensate. You see within the symbology sort of repeats the same pattern. There is a singular altar and place of worship, and you see that there is a passageway to the east from which you kind of occasionally hear the cries of a baby, and a passageway to the north, not east, from which you occasionally hear the cries of a baby, and to the south, from which you occasionally hear a coming and going, like a door, like a curtain sliding.
Yeah.
So, what do you intend to do? Or rather, so you meet her, and this woman, there's multiple thaumaturges and women around, and there's some, so they say we must meet and discuss this matter in the morning. However, we are very happy to receive you. Please, we would ask that you join as honored guests the halls of the men. And they kind of gesticulate to the southern passageway.
Fulami bows and thanks them and goes to the goes to the halls of the men.
All right.
Bye.
So, Vaquer and Bolade kind of hesitate a little, and Bolade says, I'm content to camp outside, or to take a simpler cot. And they say, no, we insist.
Goodbye.
The men are welcome. Only the men may reside within this holy place.
Yeah, Fulami like claps him on the shoulder and will be like, "We'll be together, man. It'll be okay."
Yeah, so the three fellas go in. The unconscious companions, who are a woman and an Eltail, are conducted to a hut where they are tended to, and Deboji and Bula are, offered. Hold on, I'm taking the torches away. Are offered accommodation in a hut with one of the acolytes of. So, everyone's pretty tired. Bolade and Fulami and Vaquer arrive, and you are conducted like a woman in the vestments of shows you, although Fulam, you've been thinking about it, and for some reason something's missing about the vestments of they wear here. You're not quite sure what it is, but you know it's different. Anyway, she
Can I
pulls.
roll a history check on that?
Yeah, you could give me a history sense, maybe.
Nope. Not quite. I'm really close. I was 1 point away from a meets it beats it, but
So they conduct you in, and they show you to a stone chamber. There's a small window, and like it's like a semicircle area, right? Like semicircle floor plan. You come in through like a semicircle like room that's kind of got like a conversation pit, but Bronze Age, for lack of a better way of putting it. You're brought to the Ark, and there's just she pulls aside a fur curtain and shows you a room that is kind of like half arched in semicircular fashion in downy beds of fur. It's very, pretty, pretty accommodating. Um, there is one man already sleeping here. He seems old and like he doesn't, like nothing's gonna wake him up. And she invites you to make yourselves comfortable and says they'll come for you in the morning.
Fulami's gonna ask Vakar if he's had any much dealings with the priest with the clergy of Ha.
And Vicaris says, "No, no, I'm not much of a holy man myself. I've been somewhat at the periphery of it, um, being a mercenary and all."
Yes.
Bolade says,
Bolade, you?
"Bolade says this is," and he kind of like ponders it, and he settles on, there is something missing here.
Yes, that is also how I feel. But I don't know what it is.
Bolade says, "I am not so sure we should have joined them, but we are here now. It would be better not to offend them by rejecting their hospitality."
Indeed. I am not so sure either, but I did not see the other option. I did not want to fight them in the dark.
Vicaire shrugs and points to the old man sleeping on the furs and says, "If we have it in us, we could bother the old man in his slumber. He might tell us a thing or two." But it doesn't seem like it'd be easy to wake him up.
Fulami will say, "He's alive, so we'll both be alive in the morning to ask him."
Vicaire says, "Fair enough." Bula, you and Oboji are brought to the acolyte's hut, and she pulls out an extra cot with which she and the other worshiper of Ha, fashion you with a place to sleep. It just sort of seems like a nice village with wood huts and one central stone structure. But there's inside the building, there's no men. And one of them even hesitates a little. And says, "We aren't expecting," and she kind of trails off, and the other one says, "These outsiders have come to us by holy means. I'm sure it's no problem that," and she's, "Oh no, I know, I mean," and she kind of gesticulates to Bula wordlessly, and she says, "There are no other outsiders coming. We would hear of it if there were." And one of the women asks, where did you come from? Were there more of you?" Aside, there were.
Oof. That was to who again? Just people that I heard, or
These are the two acolytes who you're staying with.
gotcha.
Yeah, and they're asking you about if you came with anybody else, which you did. It's me.
Yes, I did. I came with quite a few people actually. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 others.
Hmm?
Something like that. Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. I might be mumbling. I said yes. I've come with others.
And they say, "Oh, where are they?"
Uh, Eboji's not with me, right? It's just me.
No, Aboji is.
Eboji's okay. And then what about the two unconscious people?
They are in an apothecary's hut
Yeah.
across the
So
way. You can kind of like lean through and see that they're
yeah,
being tended to with salves and such.
yeah. I kind of point towards those two, and I'm like, well, they're over there. And then I came with three others that are resting in the temple tonight.
They say, "Oh, the Hall of the Men, yes. No, my friend is worried that others might have seen inside the Hall of the Men. Outsiders, you understand." And she
What
says, "No, she doesn't understand. They don't understand, nor would this woman. They are new here." And they're like, "Ah, yes. Well, we don't want our men exposed to outsiders, you understand? Nor our L-tails," they say, looking to Bua.
Well, that's fine by me. I don't.
Of
And
course, of course. We were just worried someone might come through and come too close to you, but it's no issue. We always know when outsiders are coming.
what do you mean by that?
Well, we don't usually let the outsiders close to our L-tails.
No. But aren't we outsiders?
And they kind of skip an awkward beat and say, "You came here because you heard the voice of Ha.
Well, yes, that is true.
So you've been called to this place by the goddess."
And what of the men that I came with? Will they be okay?
Of course they'll be okay. And they kind of look like surprised that you would suggest that. And they're like, Obviously. They are safe with all the rest of the men."
The
Well,
only one man who's very old, but they don't know that, I don't think.
Well, it's worth
well,
noting there's other chambers. This is just the one they stuck you in.
Ah,
Yeah, there's like a
will we
semicircular, almost hotel hallway of these like awnings, and she sticks you in one in particular.
will I be able to see them?
And they laugh and say, "Oh, you can go see them anytime you want. You can go see any of the men."
I just kind of like scratch my head. I look confused as shit.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, you must be tired. Don't worry. We'll have a conversation in the morning." And they kind of seem to want to like wrap up, but Aboji kind of leans in as they like turned around to deal with some fabric and say, "I think they're realizing they've said too much too soon. We might try to milk them further, but it's not going to be easy."
As if I'm great at making people spill the beans.
And she says, "Well, you're better than me."
That is true. Well, hmm, would I be able to see? No, you said I can't see the men, right?
Do you mean? Are you asking like physically? Can you see them right now? Or are you asking these
Yeah.
people can go see them? You see the structure they refer to, and you see that there's small stone windows, like raised in the wall.
Yeah.
The windows are such that they're probably too high to be looked in from outside.
Gotcha. All right, then I guess to the acolytes, I say, um, how many? Do you know how many men are there?
And they laugh a bit and they do some math and they say 40, 50. How many men are in the village? And then they kind of like rattle off some numbers.
Does it, does it look like that many people can fit in that building?
Yeah, I mean it's
Okay, it's huge, right?
it's like full footprint is almost like the size of the
Okay,
Zom monastery, right? Except rather
gotcha.
than like 10 clerks, a bunch of records, and a big courthouse to do mock trial in. Well, you don't know what the inside looks like, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
could
yeah.
the barracks was holding plenty of people and it was way smaller. So yeah, easy.
Okay.
It's pretty dense. You'd only expect like a stone building like that to exist at all, but also to have 40 men in it, in like a city. And
Yeah.
then it's usually clay brick. So I mean, it's honestly kind of fancy.
I don't really know what to ask them.
What's your
If
alchemia?
anything. I don't have
Oh, you don't have any, right?
alchemia. That is
Yep.
Saita.
I mean, you could just not ask and just wait until the morning.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
The next day. So, sun shines in through the window. Falami, you note that the window is really positioned too high in this room to really easily see in and out, but it does let the sun
Yeah.
in. You are brought to the central holy chamber, as are Bula and Aboji the next day. Your companions from the boat, Bula, you see they're mostly recovered, but they're still a little delirious and asking a lot of questions. You are conducted into this central hall. Um, and there's an old woman here. She is wearing vestments that invoke all three of the gods, although is most prominent. And there's like layers to the height of this room, and this is kind of what it looks like. And there are the hallways are only like one wide to the north and south. So you come out, like the main entrance, right? That Bula and Aboji are let in, and Fulami, Captain Vakar, and Bolade are let in. The women marvel at Bolade and his size and strength. He takes it in stride, and he's like, "Aha, indeed." But the huntresses are not here. Several officiants, most of them women, some of them Eltail. Are here. Although you do note that the Eltail do not seem to be wearing any particular vestments. And there is a woman who is referred to as the eldest sister. And she bids you to, come join her in the conversation pit. She lets her weary bones down, and there is sort of like a sauna of coals, heated. And
Bolami will step in.
yeah, and the area is kind of grows heated from these points, and heat. Yeah, so this whole zone is getting murky and heated. Everyone's standing heat is up to 1.
And Folami sort of looks about the room, and looks at her vestments, which are with all of the various symbologies on them. And says, "I have never seen a priest or thaumaturge adorned as you are."
That is because you have never seen a priestess of, and she smiles, the true tradition. And Bula, do you get in the lower zone?
Yeah, sure.
You're heating up. And she smiles and says, "You have been told much, I am sure, but you have been called here by herself to learn the truth."
The truth of what?
Come now. You must have thought for some time there was something strange
A man who wields the power of Zom. How could it be so if there are three gods for the three genders?
Uh, Folami smiles and says, "Indeed, I have always felt it strange that the gods were apportioned so."
And that is because they are not apportioned at all. It is merely a delusion of the dry, far lands. They do not know the truth. The truth that all is under Whoosh is but her feet, and Zom her beating heart, but the head and spirit of the god, the singular god, is Ha. She has dominion over all, and has ordered society as it should be here. That is why she has called you, you heavy souls, who have power and lore, to share with us, and we with you. So this is obviously a high level of heresy, but she just expressed to you that she is a monotheist, and that she essentially believes that the three deities are the three persons of Ha, but there's one called Ha, and it's kind of like the uber deity.
I can't believe we're
Wild.
doing the Trinity again. I can't ever escape the Trinity. We tried to.
Hmm. Indeed.
So Folami is sitting here thinking about this for a moment. Um, and he's not internally he's not convinced, but externally does not want to be killed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and is going to say, and the proper order of things of this town is such that what does that mean exactly? The proper
Well, you
order
see
of
here we
things.
have captured in the well house all that we must preserve, the waters of our village, the waters of life. And out beyond, the Eltail practice the use of the stone and the metal to gird us, but it is the flame of the women that ranges far through this land. And we must use the women as our flame to guard against what comes in the night. Just like you made a fire to ward off wolves, which you did share with the hunters last night. So too must we ward off outsiders. Not everyone is as open-minded as you are, has had your experiences, is prepared to accept reality as it really is.
And how often are you attacked by outsiders here?
Oh, it is a rare thing. Sometimes they do not follow the appropriate measures and need to be reminded to trade with us at the appointed places. Some of them think they can come and poach our game and cut our woods and exploit our metals without our approval. And those who are on the far side of the mountains are perhaps right. We can only dissuade them now and again with the occasional corpse. But those who invade our woods are few, because those who do so do not return alive. Those who come here to take what has been given to us by the goddess in this holiest of grounds. They are not tolerated.
I see.
But of course, the goddess must test us and feed our flame. So it is never the case that a generation has gone by with only peace. There is always some cause for at least small war. And it is good. We have limited trade relations with the outside. Unfortunately, those who attempt to spread the truth find themselves stifled by those outside. Although not everyone disagrees with us, she smiles.
And Folami will think for a moment and say, "So you would wish that we remain here with you?"
And she says, Why, isn't it obvious? You heard the voice of Ha. You were brought here. And you, she points, are a thaumaturge who knows the secrets of Zom, the secrets of the heart, the secrets of the square, the secrets of the body.
Indeed.
And you, she points to Bula, are a witch. Are you not?
Why do you say that?
You spoke of the same dream that this one had. She points to Fulami. You could not have received this dream if you were not a heavy soul. I doubt very much you would have reached your age and had such experience in your eyes if you had not learned to harness your ability.
Buller just kind of shrugs.
Share your knowledge with us, and we with you. We'll grow stronger together. We will guard the gardens of forever. We will grow stronger and build for the generation one day when our allies beyond the wall of stone the heart provides us with will know the truth of the one God.
Bolami thinks for a moment. And he says, were I to live here, would I be confined to the men's quarters?
She looks a little like her face twinges a little, and she says, "It is not a confinement. We need to not invite in the truth to all outsiders who come to trade with us. They would react poorly, return to others, drive violence against us. So the fashion in which we live is concealed. And as for our general policy of the preservation of the masculine nature of water, consider this. We live in... This is the well house. Consider a village and a city and the great gardens of the ancients. Eventually, when a civilization rises far enough, it is not just wells that hold waters, but great canals and gardens and waterfalls driven by pumps. The day will come when our men are as resplendent as the waters of the gardens built by humanity. But for now we must preserve them in a carefully guarded well, for which we cannot run out of men.
But how am I to aid you as a thaumaturge of Zom, or of the body, the heart, as you say, in a well?
She smiles and she says, "Look around you. You sit in the holy heart of knowledge of our village. In ages long past, there were those who had the way of Zom, who helped us build this place, who brought the rock that we poured our ritual flame into." And you do note that there's no sign of stacking in the stonework.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
And she says, "We have lost it, and without it, our civilizational progress has slowed. And it is true, sadly, the well of our men's lives do stagnate compared to those of the great cities. They have only the sowing of seed and the tending of the garden of the children." She gesticulates to the northern hallway through which sometimes babies can be heard. "And of course, they go outside when there are no outsiders around. Everyone was brought in when they heard of a fire at the coast. But with your help," she smiles and says, "you were probably taught, were you not, that only one blessing may be learned?"
I was taught this, but I did not believe it.
Then you are wise. And someone brings her like a pot of water, and she seems to spend a point of blood, and it dances and whoosh, crashes upon the stone and sizzles. She has just done the thaumaturgy of Oosh. We can teach you everything we know. Fire, water, and you share with us earth. We will grow stronger in our arts. And you, O Eltail of mysterious receiving of dreams, can share with our apothecaries and our witches what you know. The thaumaturgists and the magi will both grow in knowledge. We will go from a village, over the course of a generation, to a proper town, as first envisioned by our forebears. And in another generation hence, it will be a city. I will not live to see it, but you could yet grow old in tall, lush gardens.
Fulami will think for a moment. And he will say, I have much to consider. And I will not lie, I have had my own path that has led me here. A path which has taken me outside of the realm of normal thinking and the traditional lifestyle of both a thaumaturge of Zom and as a a, a, a man.
She nods eagerly.
But I do not mean to have a new set of traditions simply replace my old. I do not mean to exchange one cloistered life for another. You will accept me, if you accept me, you will accept me as I am, as a traveler, as one who walks between worlds.
She lingers in that last point, thinks to say something and then thinks better of it. Rubs her chin and says, to accept you as a traveler would require that we trusted you would not betray our secret. We have guarded this secret for many generations. I will not see it slip away under my watch.
Fulami nods and he says, this I understand, but... And he thinks for a moment and he will say, you think, if I can give you a sign of... You have shown me and shown Zom and my faith no harm. It is not a traditional belief which you hold, but the traditional belief would not accept me either.
She nods.
I have seen the failings of too much tradition. Not long before we arrived here, as the injured folk that you took in with you can tell, we toppled a monastery which had grown fat on too much tradition and not enough new thought. I am interested in your new thought, and I would not... If there is any token which I could give you that would be a promise of my fealty and loyalty to your secret, I would give it.
She rubs her chin. And she says, you have been brought here by a sign from the goddess. If she produces a sign that you are to leave, then I will presume it is to fulfill the prophecy, and we will send you on your way to the nearby monastery of the volcano. The sisters there will know how to address you, and to see if you are indeed one who is meant by the goddess to travel.
Fulami looks to Bulla and is going to be like, this seems like our way out.
I think so.
And if you give like a nod, Folami will say, I am interested in this place. It is a place already that mixes fire and earth.
Yes, and you will find water is a natural component of it. And yeah, so she more or less is on her monotheism shit, and is like entertaining the idea that you can leave, but she's not really putting a timetable on it, and she's not really committal to what the sign would be.
Yeah.
So you the conversation eventually comes to an end when her old bones bother her, and she must go to see the apothecary. But as they kind of like douse the coals, she entreats you to, walk about the village and the surrounding area freely. And she says that the huntresses who found you can accompany you and answer any questions you might have.
Yeah. I think I'll do some touring about the village, and I'll go with the huntresses. And I will. The first question I will ask is, for how long this village has followed this faith.
They kind of like look at each other and they say, "Why, it is the founding faith. It is the true faith, the faith everyone had before they lost their way." And they try to give you like some sort of measure of generations and time, but the reckoning is quickly countermanded by someone who cites some other story. Oh, and there is a big relaying of the descent and the descent and the descent, and trying to count generations. And
Long ass time.
in your opinion, yeah, it's been a long ass time, but also it doesn't seem like that's necessarily like they have solid enough record to be certain.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sounded like the eldest sister knew a lot more than these huntresses. And she was talking about like city planning and like the gardens of not Babylon.
Yeah. That's a long ass time ago.
Yeah, they don't seem to know anything about that. I mean, they do. If you bring up like the gardens and cities, they do, but they don't seem to.
They
know
don't
the
have like
particulars.
that knowledge.
They're not the particulars.
Yeah.
They have a vague idea. They're it's not their thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they invite you and Bula. You've been playing coy the entire time about like the fact that you're a heavy soul, right?
Kind of, yeah. But like she guessed it, so
Yeah, she clocked that shit.
But
like
you don't
I'm
explain that you're a blood mage or anything.
not outright, at least at this
Yeah.
moment.
Some of the gals do, however, after some motion from one of them does stop and talk to an acolyte in hushed voices as you leave, and after a little bit, as you guys walk around, one of them does say, bring up like, I always wished that shadows would dance when I leaped to meet me, and kind of like looks at Bula for no particular reason.
What?
And she shrugs. It just seems it would be a fantastic skill. And then another says, or perhaps if you could draw blood to one who is in need. And then they kind of nod.
I just kind of like stare at them deadpan for like a second. Are they just like? Are they? Are they obviously?
I think they're just trying to be like,
fishing?
yeah, we're cool with your magic.
Yes,
We're cool. We
but
like
yes.
we're cool with this.
Yes, okay. So yeah, I kind of like nod like yes. That is something I'm capable of.
And they're like, so you are a blood magi.
Yes.
And they nod, appreciative. And,
Typically, people don't like that. At least when the blood starts flowing.
So, you guys, Boji will later come up and say, I think they're a little disappointed. They wanted you to be a shadow magi. If I had to guess, that's the one they don't have.
Probably. The would be pretty cool, but unfortunately, that's not me.
Yeah, unfortunately, that implies they have some blood magi. I wouldn't be too close to anyone who looks like they can rip blood out of you, she says.
Oof.
As you guys walk around, you do see there's a big statue of depicted.
Yeah, I'm gonna
in,
go look at the big statue.
Depicted in her usual style. This one has like a mount that is stacked stones and very primitive construction. But the statue itself looks brilliant. It's like this stark white stone that has a layer to it, almost like a finish, almost like a glaze, but it's not a ceramic, of like detailing. And it shows Ha as a bird woman and wings outstretched and fire bursting from her hands. And it is a very interesting piece. And it would be a master of art, priceless anywhere in the world. It doesn't make sense that it's in this random ass village, and you don't know how the people made it, although based on the fact that you see no signs of jointure on the stone well, on the well house.
Yeah,
you'd
this
guess that
used to be. They used to have Zom thaumaturges here and don't anymore.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, it doesn't just look like it's like, you know, that Zom thaumaturges can do amazing stuff with sculpture, but
Yeah.
like certain things about the construction and the finish, you don't even think it was just Zom. You think that they used some sort of magic. Some of it looks like you're not even certain. It's almost like they had some way to turn stone into mud and then fire it back again. Almost like a mud brick that you dry with magic or something. So there's
I need to learn this magic. I need to learn this magic is
So-
what needs to happen.
So there's the big statue, there's the stone house, there's the outline ones, there's further outline huts. You do note women and L-tails coming and going from here, and occasionally the men will come outside, but they mostly stay inside. And to put no too fine a point on it, it becomes clear to you that like the north side, right, is like where childcare is, where outside of nursing women and L-tails, it's mostly men taking care of like very small children.
Mm.
And the south side is where the men live, and they live with the most decadently appointed like rugs and supply of like smoke wood incense bark and some mushrooms that you recognize, Bula, as maybe making you like go like slightly on a trip. And people go there for, shall we say, hot coffee reasons. And the men seem perfectly content with the arrangement. There does not seem to be any like shall we say, monogamy going on here.
Right.
Yeah, Fulami is not really about that life.
Meanwhile, Bolade is like, wow, they don't even have to grow yams. And all day and he's like, looks like he's having a crisis of faith. And Valkyria shakes his head and he mutters like, should find a way out of here.
Yeah. I will. Fulami will look to the huntresses and say, it was a sign from Ha that brought me here. I believe that it is not my purpose to remain. I believe that I have not been brought here simply to teach you the ways of the Earth Thaumaturge, but to elicit an exchange.
They seem interested, but they say, these matters, honored thaumaturge, are above us.
Yes.
We're just the huntresses and the guardians.
And he says, yes. But what I am looking for is a sign. But I have not been trained in the ways of Ha. Perhaps you would be able to tell me how to recognize it.
And they all debate, and nobody wants to seem like they are ignorant of like the signs of Ha and her favor. So there is some goings on, and eventually one of them says, there are the sisters in the broken volcano to the east.
I would like to travel there.
They shake their head and say, "We only go there with her permission. The eldest sister sends us, and we are among those honored to go, and we receive many obsidian gifts when we are there. I am not sure if they would be interested in receiving either a man or a thaumaturge of Zom under normal circumstances, but..." She lingers and says, "You are a very exceptional individual, and I am certain that if you were accompanied by a letter from the first sister, they would see you and take you in."
And Fulami smiles with the "you are a very exceptional individual." His 4 aura is really bringing him many places in this world.
Really do.
And he says, well, I will consider that. Would the eldest sister... I have very old tablets from a monastery of Zom. I have yet to determine where would be best to leave them. If I could inspect the library at the monastery of the volcano.
And they kind of look at each other and they say, "Library? Like where they keep the tablets?" And they kind of, figure out what you mean. They say, "Oh, yes, certainly. They keep their records in stone and clay, just like any other monastery. Perhaps they would be interested in consulting such things, but you'd have to ask the first sister or one of the
Yes,
acolytes."
I will bring these tablets to the first sister. Thank you.
Yeah, and do you guys, with the huntresses, are trying to shake them go anywhere in particular? Check out any details of the town? Or are you just going to try and speed this along to seeing the old lady again?
Is there anything else that looks like any other large build? I guess let's go look at our friends. Let's go meet our friends, the guys who are getting healed.
Yeah, so
I don't think we need to shake the huntresses to do that.
Yeah, there's one lady and one L-tail, and they're pretty badly banged up. Well, they were pretty badly banged up, but they're all good now. One of them has a level 1 leg wound.
I can't do anything about that unless there's an evil motherfucker I can.
Yeah, the other does not. So one is sort of ready to go. The other is less so, and they feed them and they heal them. And they kind of wake up and they're like, "Wow." Look around, like, "We've really enjoyed the hospitality," and they kind of look at you meaningfully and say, maybe we should get some fresh air.
And Fulami will raise a hand and say, I am hoping to embark to the local monastery. I believe I am here for holy purposes.
And they are stunned by this statement, and they say, "Truly? Well, that is a blessing."
I'm not sure that I will be remaining at the monastery, but I believe I need to travel there.
And they're just like, "Well, that's wonderful." And they kind of seem like there's a lot of things that they would say if the apothecaries and the huntresses weren't there. But they aren't saying any of them because they are.
Yeah. And Fulami will give them a look like, "Don't worry, we'll talk about it at some point." But he can't right now. Haha. And he will say, "May I know that your men here receive visitors.
Yes.
May I receive my own?"
Like, "Of course, your chambers are to do with as you wish. Your chambermate is beyond his years of receiving many guests, and I'm sure he won't mind."
And these are private visitations, I presume.
Of course. I mean, I don't know how it is in other places, but no one who's
and as he's having this
as you want,
with these
but
two,
only those you invite.
And he sort of like looks at these two like, hey, if you want to come talk, we're just gonna have to. The whole village is gonna think we're fucking. But
Yeah, and
like,
they're like, oh yes. Well, I mean, I have just survived a near-death experience. May as well. And they, yeah, under guise of conjugal visit, the party and their NPCs arrive with one old man who is now grouchily awake, rubbing his feet and drinking out of a small wooden cup something that smells like turpentine or like an incredibly powerful liquor.
so he's not gonna remember this shit.
Well, you don't know. He might have a big tolerance. He sees you. He kind of screws up his nose and says, "Been a while since there's been an orgy in this room, you whippersnappers."
Falami's like, haha, yeah.
Amazing. And he's like, never oversell your enthusiasm, boy. They come to expect it. He's very grouchy. He does some spitting whenever he's like the loogie goes down the wrong way or something, and he really spends a lot of time just rubbing his aches and pains. And when he's out of liquor, he's like, damn it all, I need to get back to the cabinet. And he leaves the room to head to the semicircle.
Cool, I close the door.
Well, it's a curtain, so you pull the curtain closed.
I pull the curtain closed, and I'm like, okay. Like, obviously whispering.
And they're like, they don't let men go, and they don't let people who've seen the men go. So we're in a pretty bad fucking situation.
Yes, I'm hoping to either find or manufacture a sign from the goddess that we need to leave.
That's going to be pretty hard considering the people in charge of interpreting the signs are, they gesticulate and they're like, listen, not to be discriminatory against my neighbors, we should have an understanding that they don't bring their fire is best shit to the swamps, and we don't bring our water is first among equals to the forest. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
we're on their turf. It's kind of their rules. I can't be involved in a big incident. We can't kill people or cause a problem, or it could come back to hurt my village.
Yeah,
but
no, I understand.
I don't trust them either. We need to get back to the fucking ship. For all we know, they've sent out that party of huntresses to go chop it up for kindling wood. We could repair it with a few days' work, but we can't build a new one on anything like a timetable we'll be able to afford out here.
Okay. You have one of them has a leg wound, right?
Yeah, so there's an elf-tail and a woman, and the woman has a level 1 leg wound.
Okay. You are women, so you are allowed to move freely.
Yes, I am, says the woman with the wound on the leg. And the elf-tail's like, they will probably let me out of town with supervision.
Okay. Iboji?
Mm-hmm.
You will be supervision.
I love being supervision.
It's now our job to look as convinced as possible. We're totally, as far as everyone knows, we're totally bought in. Okay?
Baka is like, of course. I love there being one god. He kind of looks like he's trying to screw up his face to say it.
We need to believe. We need them to believe that we believe.
Bolade spits and says, this is a heretical place. And he turns up his nose and says, I can't believe I was tempted by their ways. And Bula, what do you... How you're in the huddle. You've just learned you're in, the Valley of the Women. Boys very allowed, but not allowed to leave. How are you reacting to this? Boltrop?
I think you may be
Whoops.
muted.
I was muted. I was talking off screen. Shit. I'm an elf-tail. I could probably get away if I wanted to.
Non-binary baddies allowed outside the playpen, parentheses, on a child leash. So yeah, you're not you're not nearly as restricted, but you're not a woman, so you know.
Correct.
So you've got greater latitude though. Yeah, you could probably get away. The people who are most fucked if they stay are Bolade, Captain Vaquer, and Fulami, assuming Fulami's gambit wouldn't work long term. But how the other fellas don't necessarily look like they think that the sign from is forthcoming.
Yeah.
In fact, Bolade says, "Tell me the truth, Fulami, Bula. Did you receive a vision from Ha?"
I did. I heard her name.
He looks aghast and says, "But only women receive this vision, even if you can be trained as a heavy soul who is a man or an L-tail. Is it not so?"
Apparently not.
So we've been told, but
He
reality
looks
seems to
disturbed.
be different.
He says, he looks like he's about to say, he says, "What?" He stops and he shakes his head and he says, "This place plays tricks on our minds. For all we know, they have a ritual that sends visions that they control with smoke and fire and witchcraft ways. We should not trust anything we see in this place."
Fulami thinks for a moment. He's going to say, "My guess is, like most people, they're some percentage right."
Bolade doesn't look happy with that answer, but says, "Whatever you say, holy man. I'm just looking forward to getting out of here."
What I more mean is that perhaps that things are not as rigid as we've been taught.
Bolade doesn't seem happy with that fact.
But it seems that they've taken this lack of rigidity to just simply become more rigid again. As with all things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eventually, if you were to break up Earth, it would yet again become rock. Give it enough time and density and pressure.
Bolade says, "Indeed, trapped in a cycle." And, yeah, you guys, so you tell everyone to, act convinced. They begrudgingly agree.
I will be taking these tablets to the First Sister. And I think we should send Boji and our two and our two friends to the coast to start repairing our ship.
Right, so Boji helps the one with the leg wound, says they're gonna go, get some stuff from the ship. You can't help but notice that, like, 3 huntresses leave shortly thereafter to shadow them.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you, you're in town. The main huntress group is still here, and you can. The old man sometimes comes back with his liquor, but he will eventually run out, and you learn that he likes to, refill at the cabinet, and then sometimes just drink there. So you get plenty of time without him in the room. Although he is available and increasingly drunk if you have questions.
Increasingly drunk.
You know what? I'm gonna ask how long he's been here.
And said, "All my life, I have 60 years under my belt."
And how have you enjoyed those 60 years?
Why, they've been wonderful. Why, one can never be too certain, but I'd say I fathered a generation and a half. Oh, yes. And he kind of waxes poetic about his days, and he talks about his achievements in art. And apparently they also do some pottery in the well. And he made a particularly nice pot that he's proud of, because he, like, put a cryptic rhyme into the base of it. What's everyone's lingue? Does anybody have, like, a 0?
No. I don't have lingue.
I have a 0.
Okay. It is a crass joke about water, but it is also a vaguely heretical joke
For these
about,
people.
like, the waters of Oosh, but, like, it's a euphemism for piss.
So it's not just heretical for these people; it's heretical for, like, everybody.
Yeah, he's just kind of a dirty old man who is content.
Who used
with
to
his
be a
life.
dirty young man.
Yeah, So he's always been like this. He's enjoying it. Nobody else shares his room with him because he's always picking his toenails and he's always drinking. And, he's got to piss somewhere. So,
This man has the life.
Yeah.
He's got it figured out.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
So he's really figured out the liquid nature of the well here. But yeah, so the old man of the cell offers you his wisdom, which is pretty much, make dirty jokes and drink. And
drink a lot and then have sex when you're young.
Yeah, he vaguely explains that and he's like, and of course there's child rearing, and actually I'm very good at teaching children to count. And he shares his favorite techniques for young life education.
I don't really think that's for Folami.
Yeah, so he's pretty much tells you everything there is. His experience is pretty much they live in the well like it's their workplace. They come outside for feasts and activities and other stuff, but they don't go hunting, go logging, plant crops. Those
they don't
things
do
are left to other
anything
people
outside of the village.
You would also note there are slightly less men proportionally than is normal. And the way he explains it, there's just less born. And in addition to that, sometimes they recruit outsider women, but they rarely to never recruit outsider men.
I wonder why.
Well, he's not complaining about the lack of competition, but he also points out it's not like they can add more rooms to this building.
Oh my god, no.
So there's infanticide is what I'm kind of assuming.
You ask and he's
I'm not asking that. I'm just assuming.
No. He indicates that it is because the thing is the northern ring is the nursery. He's around when they're born.
Oh, there's literally less born.
Yeah, just as a proportion, it's just you're more likely to be a woman or an L-tail here than in most places. There's something to do with the fertility in the area or something. But he's around the kids from birth through young life, learning to speak and count, and he knows how many are getting born, and he knows how many people move to his village, because this is the one population. There is there's a border town of Biri Cloco that oversees mining, where women from this town sometimes intermingle with outsiders. He's never been there, but he's heard a lot about it. And sometimes they manage to find and recruit people from there, or find and recruit people who are known to the Monastery of the Volcano. And they come here. And very occasionally they'll do coastal trade with the Mangrove Swamp people, which maybe is part of why you guys were not as immediately deemed hostile, because they would rather not fuck up that relationship.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go meet the old lady, and then I probably it's Eba's time.
We've gone 23 minutes over, but yeah. So I think you guys go with me with the old lady when we cut. But thank you all for coming out, dreamers. And we have 2 viewers. I think I'm just gonna cut the feed. But farewell, people from the future. Bye.
Good night, all.
Good night.